Yeah.
Okay. First, I will say welcome to Givær, everybody. It's so nice to have you here. It's the first time we have this kind of seminar and concert in this size, so we have been a little bit excited. But it seems like the weather is very good, and the people has come now, and so we think this is gonna be just fine. It's much that's gonna happen these days, so we're gonna share on it what's on the program, what's gonna happen and like this, and Arnstein gonna start saying a little bit what's.
Yeah, thank you, Olaug. I'm also a guest here at Givær, and I've been happy to have been here many times for 22 years now, I think. I grew up with a lot of tradition about Givær. It was an important place for people from people who lived where I grew up east of here, for the summer fisheries. We will speak some more about it today. And my role now is just to welcome all of you guests to the north, to this region, the southern region, and especially to Givær.
Hello everyone, I'm so happy to be here. I'm Ave Paulus from Estonia. I'm the coordinator of international program, and I'm so happy that a small bit of rights-based approaches seminars that we have. First rights-based approaches seminar that I have attended was actually in Oslo, led by Norwegians. But then in ICOMOS, International Council of Monuments and Sites, Heritage Experts Group, I have organized together with Nordic Baltic ICOMOS several seminars and workshops in Estonia. And now we have a small glimpse here, but exactly because of Givær and exactly because of Arnstein, this is not only international workshop, but like welcome home together with beautiful art and concerts and so. I hope you enjoy the day and thank you for being here.
Yes, and I can represent myself. I'm Olaug Olsen. I'm 50 years old, and I live here all the year. I have grown up here with 3 sisters and 1 brother. And when I was 16, I moved away and to do other things, go to school and work. But after 10 years, I moved back again. I found a husband who wants to stay here and try to live here. And that's 24 years ago. So we just decided to try, but we liked us so much here, so we are still here, and we're going to be here. My husband, he's a captain on a boat who's looking after this lightning house and these lights are in the sea for the boats. So he's out on sea. He's out 4 weeks and home 4 weeks. And I have 4 children. We have 4 children. My oldest one is Vegard. He's 20 years old. He's on work now on a fishing boat. And Johanne is also my daughter, who is going to sing here for you. And Alan is 16 years old. He's also here now, and he's going to start on a school in Bodø this autumn. And I have my youngest is Christiane. She's 14, and she's standing here with her friend and going to sell hot dogs and coffee and waffles for you. On Givær, we are 13 people who lives here all year. It's only me and Johnny who has children here, but the other one is a fisherman and pensionist who's living here. And in the summer, in the weekend, we are 40 or 50 or 60 people here. It's and like summer like this is a lot of people who's coming here, who has connecting to Givær and who has also grown up here and want to come here in holidays and weekends. So there's so many people. It's not just us on Givær, it's all these people who has lived here and grown up here, who don't live here anymore, but coming here, they are all also making this samfunn community. Yes, yes. And everybody loves Givær very much. We love Givær very much. We're so proud that we are from this island. We think that this little island have so much to show and to give. And the nature here is so fantastic. So I hope you can, I hope during this day you will see some of it and feel a little bit like what we feel about Givær. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, then we have a special guest, Mr. Kyrre Kolvik, who is a political leader in the Committee of Culture Welfare in Bodø kommune, who has some greetings to us. Welcome, Kyrre.
Yes, it's an honor to be here together with you all. And on behalf of Bodø Council, it's a pleasure to greet you and to wish you welcome to Givær. Bodø kommune has about 53,000 inhabitants. And we have, Steinar, is it 4 coastal communities living on the islands? About that. And it's important for Bodø kommune to take good care of the coastal culture in our area. As Olaug said, there are just a few people living here, but there are some qualities and some reasons to stay here that are important enough to do that, even if lots of things is a bit more difficult than it is in the city center. So when we are discussing coastal heritage and coastal communities, it's the perfect place to be, I think. For my case, I have been living in Bodø for more than 20 years, almost 30 years, but I have never been on land here before. So it's my first time, and it's good to be here. I've been with the boat by the landing place, but never set my foot on Givær. But I've heard always lots about it, and always in good stories about the good things that you take care of here. So welcome all of our foreign guests to be with us here in Givær today, and to discuss these qualities and to see and to explore some of it, to take it with us and maybe kind of taking care of that in our own communities wherever we come from. So welcome all of you, and it's good to be with you here. Thank you.
Then it's the most important speech of the day. Most important here is the voice of Givær, and that is you, Olaug. So you're welcome to take the floor. Your speech, opening speech. Thank you.
My word is to say something about Givær today, how it is on Givær today. You're going to hear a lot of history to Givær, but I think it's important to tell about Givær today. Like I said, we were 14 people who live here, and fishing is the reason why people moved here was fishing, because it's very good fishing places around here. And on Givær, it's 4 fishermen from Givær. One is a pensionist, 2 is he is having our own little boat, and Vidar having his boat there in, you can see who's called Givær, fishing, jeg vet ikke, shark, hva det på engelsk? Yeah, a big fishing boat he has on his own. And Kim, who is living also here, he's working on a fishing boat to his brother, and he's away 4 weeks and home 3 weeks. And my son Vegard is also now working on a fishing boat. So fish is is the reason why we live, has been the reason why we live here. But when I moved back, and when I was growing up here, my mother was home with us, 5 children, and she was washing the school, because when I was growing up, it was school here. And that was, the last one who went out to school was in 2001. And then we don't have school here anymore. And my father, he was a fishing farmer. He was fishing outside here, and and we had animals here, 3 cows and 5 sheep. And also the neighbor has sheep and a few cows. So they were doing that. That was his work. And when I had moved back now, 20 years ago, I took over the farm. And after a while, I also got children. It was very much to do, and my husband was away, and my parents were getting old. So I think it was difficult to have cows. So I started to have just sheep. So now I have 30 sheep who's going around with the lambs on different islands here, and I have 30 sheep in Givær. It's an island between Givær and Givær and Bodø, who is much bigger than Givær. And some of my sheep are going there, who's here in the winter, but I have them there in the summer. But I also have 30 sheep with lamb who going there all the year. So I just take out the lamb in the autumn. So that's what I was. That is mine. I have made it to a sheep farm instead of having cows. And after a while, I saw when my children was growing up, I saw that all the children they have in friends who was coming to us, they were like to be in the barn, yeah, the barn. And we had rabbits and guinea pigs and small hens, and they think they were so funny to be here and stay with them. And then somebody said to me, Oleg, why don't you start with having children here and learn them about how to live on Givær and have animals here? So I decided that I will do. So that was for 8 years ago, I started with that. So every summer I have 4 or 5 weeks from Monday to Thursday, where children from 8 to 12 and 13 to 15 staying with me. And I learned them about Givær and how to have animals and with the sheep, and they lying on the barn and they eating inside my house, and we are out fishing, and my children is with me. They also learn them how they have grown up, and it's a very popular thing. When I lay it out there, it's no problem to get children here too. And I'm not doing it just to earn money, or I do it because I think it's so important to show that it's possible to live like this. So that is one of my works, and I also have when the ferry quay, when the boat is coming, I own the quay and take the boat when you're coming, and I also have look after the water machine here, and the machine who's having energy to this island. But when we are going on a trip, I'm going to show you how we get energy here and water here. So that's also my job. And we have also started to have the other people who live here is pensionists, but we have this called Kvinneforening. It's a group of us women, 5 women on Givær. We are together each 14 days. That's also an old tradition because in 1932 Givær was many people here become religious. So and before that they also were religious. So every summer they had this weekend in summer, 3rd weekend in July. They had this weekend where people could come. And we sell food, homemade food, and have a lottery and like this, and we earn money to get to this misjonsorganisasjoner. Hva det, Arnstein?
Organizations that spread the gospel.
Yes, yeah, mission out. And that is a tradition we have kept. So every 3rd weekend in July we have like 100 people here, and it's for everybody who's not Christian or Christian. We have it for everybody who wants to come here and stay with us, and they eating fish cakes from Givær, and we having song and choir have we, and it's very fun. It's a good tradition. So that is something also we work with. It's one more thing I also think is special with Givær that has been special and is still special. It's we have these eider ducks. I'm not sure if you have seen know what eider ducks is, but it's the biggest sea duck you can find in Norway, and yeah, it's the biggest sea duck. All these small houses you see here, the eider ducks lie inside from May to in the beginning of July. They start to lie there in middle of May, and the last one goes off in middle of July. This was a normal tradition through the coast many years ago, like 50, 60 years ago. It was normal to have eider ducks beside your house, and but now it's only Givær in Salten who has so many eider ducks. The reason why they come up here is that this is far out in the sea, and we have no like this oter and mink. I'm not sure what you call it in English. Yeah. So she live in peace here, and we don't have cat here. Because of it's so rich bird life here. So that is something I'm going to tell about when we go on this trip at 2 o'clock, after the boat has been at 2 o'clock. I can show you because now we have to take out all this down from these eider ducks nets because the eider ducks has gone off. Eider ducks is a wild bird, but in the spring when she's come up, she's coming to people. She's starting to get. She know that we are protecting her. I'm sure that she knows that because we have done that in so many hundreds of years. So, but it's so sad that it's less and less of her. This year it was only 40 eider ducks on my side who was in this eider ducks houses, but. When my father was having this, he had almost 300 eider ducks bird at the same nets. So something has happened with the sea and the food in there. And I think it's many reasons, but one of the reasons I also think is that there is not so many people living like us anymore. When you live here the whole year, you see the whole cycle. And you also see what kind of birds and animal who is a threat to the eider duck, and you make it better for her. But when people move away, eider ducks lose something important that they had in many years. So I think that also is one of the reasons. But that is something, maybe things is going to be talked about today, like what's going to happen in the future with things of this. So I think that we who lives here see, we who are, especially those who have lived longer than me, have seen things has changed since they were little until now. And me, who's 50 years old, I also see that things have changed. That there's less birds, almost of every bird here. But some birds has come up. So I'm not going to talk so much more, but when you are here, I think you can ask me and others. Bjarne is here, he's sitting there. He's from Givær, but he's not living here, but he has also a lot of experience of being here, and also Sølvi and Bodil and the others who is in the committee here. It's possible to ask if you have questions. So this is us now, and we believe in a future here. I don't know if my children will stay here when I can live here anymore, but I hope that, and I think that the best reason, the best way to get your children to be, if you want your children to take over after you, you have to show them that you self-love it, and I have tried to show. I say that they can do what they want, but I think if you ask them, they will say that we love to stay here, and we love the nature, and I love to be a part of Givær, of this data, because the weather can be real tough here, but we have so much reasons to stay here. We have very good boats now who goes often to Bodø. Bodø is close. Bodø kommune takes very good care of us. They have given us a new ferry quay. They have given us a molo. They have given us water from that we can drink so much water we will, because it's from the sea. They have salt, take out the salt. So they have given us so much. So I think that we should give something back to them. So yes, thank you.
Any questions?
Yeah.
So does somebody want to ask something?
Anybody? I can.
School.
Yes. Yeah. Questions. I can answer questions. Yes.
If somebody wants to comment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, you're filming. Olaug, you forgot one thing, the school
Yes.
and the kids.
Yeah. My kids go on school in Givær. When we moved back, we didn't have school here. So I was a little bit confused when I start to have children. I wonder, how will this go? Will we have school here again? But when Vegard started, it was in Givær. It was many children. It was 3 families who was moving back to Givær and had children at the same time as us. So when Vegard was starting in first class, there was 3 others in Givær who wanted to start in first class, and also in Landegod there was school, and there was children also there who were going to start in first class. So we decided that our children are going to go to school in Givær. So Vegard, the first 2 years, he went Monday, Wednesday, and Friday on school, because the boat is not going so often, so he had to be long days. So Tuesday and Thursday he was having Skype in school. But when Johanne was starting, the fylkeskommunen gave us both off there. So we have both morning and evening, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday and Friday. And Thursday and Friday have we both in the middle of the day, like today. And then they start to go to school every day. That was a little bit difficult in the beginning, because it was a heavy sea here between Givær and Givær. It's the toughest sea. They have these boats who's going, and it's always waves. And when it's bad weather, it's very much waves here. So, but we become very good friends with these people in Givær, who had kids the same age, and they become friends with our kids. So when we saw the weather was bad, my children could decide if they want to stay over the night there or they want to be home or have it on Skype. And when Corona come, everybody had to go on Teams, go to school on Teams. That was no problem for my kids, but they knew how they should do it. So, but I'm glad we chose to do that because they got really good friends in Givær. And they got in a class, it was not only them, because it was only us who had kids here. There has been a family who have lived here a few years from 2010 to 2016, but they moved to Bodø because I think they thought the situation in school will become a little bit difficult. So, but I'm no regrets for let them go in school. So my 3 children are here, Johanne, Erlend and Christiane, so you can ask them how it has been, yes. And Bodø kommune has made good routes, and fylke had made good boat roads, so they wasn't, and the men on the boat are very good guys, so they took so good care of my children if they were scared or something, so they just have good experience with going over the sea, and they are getting real tough kids. Yeah. Any more questions?
If not, then thank you again.
Yes.
I don't know whether we clap to for Olav, definitely. It is an amazing place here. Just to now link to presentation. It is just perfect. It cannot be better. First, a strong voice of local. When I, as international expert, specifically on cultural landscapes, and wanted to go to Vega Islands, which is cultural landscapes, World Heritage Sites, then Arnstein said, you know, in Givær, we have it all, and in function, and without protection, because of the strong local community who takes care of their heritage. I'm very happy to introduce one person who knows how important is the voice of local communities and indigenous peoples in keeping their heritage, and who has dealt with, who has said, sent a letter when it was about UNESCO operational guidelines in Baku to change some sentences there that, you know, this sentence should be there, that actually the voice of local communities, rights-based approaches should be when dealing with any kind of, not in that case of World Heritage, but in any kind of planning, that because the locals have the knowledge about the heritage and they have rights to say about what is happening around, because it is the part of their cultural rights. And secondly, that the heritage holistic, it is not only buildings or nature, it is cultural landscapes in general, and environment in general. Peter Pille Larsen, the pioneer in fighting for human rights-based approaches in heritage conservation. Yeah. Exaggeration.
So, good morning, everyone. It's really. Thank you so much for those welcoming words, and indeed, thank you for the invitation to be here. It's a great honor to come to a place like this and hear such a warm opening about what life is like in a coastal community. And indeed, I'm going to try to draw a bit of some linkages also, and indeed try to get in dialogue with what's going on in many other places in the world, and also some of the global questions that we're facing. So I'm Peter Larsen. I'm with the Geneva Heritage Lab at the University of Geneva, but I've also for years had the pleasure to work with Ave and others on rights-based approaches internationally, trying to actually, as Ave said, trying to make sure that the voices of indigenous peoples and local communities are considered seriously, taken into account and respected when decisions are being made about protected areas, about heritage conservation and other things. So this is ongoing work. It takes years, no? So it's a real privilege to be here and be in dialogue with this. Tusind tak for velkomsten. I would also like to say we had a beautiful welcome to Givær for Uluk, from your family, from you know, even at the pier with kids jumping in the sea. It was life in its full sense. So thank you so much for that. And being here in a prayers house does not mean that I want to preach about rights-based approaches too much, but I do want to ask a question or two with you. 25 years ago, I was trying to work a lot with conservation organizations, mainly natural heritage organizations like WWF. And the problem was that a lot of these organizations went into saying we need to protect the world, but forgot about actually protecting the people very often. In the same time, and those two things go together. So back then we were looking at, this was a publication I think we made in around 2000 or so, called Indigenous and Traditional Peoples of the World and Ecoregion Conservation, where we showed the overlap between a lot of people across the world in terms of cultural diversity, languages, ways of life, traditional ways of life, and areas with high levels of biodiversity. There was an overlap there, and it was not just about documenting that, but also finding ways of dealing with it. And of course, that's not just about imposing conservation agendas, it was also about saying you can actually find ways of supporting people who live there, and so on. Now that was not easy, and that hasn't been easy, and in many places of the world it still continues to be difficult because organizations, departments might have different visions, different ways of doing things. And actually the real work of sitting down with people and working with people in the living landscapes that Ole presented so nicely here in Givær is actually pretty hard work for some. This is what we have today. I think these are the July statistics from 2024, 295,849 protected areas. That's quite a bit. Very diverse, very different. Also very different ways of dealing with the people who live in the areas. And paradoxically, of course, they haven't really gotten us out of the trouble that we're in terms of the global planetary crisis. So, triple planetary crisis, they say. How many of you are familiar with what the triple means, the three ones that will need to be seen together? So we have the biodiversity crisis, biodiversity loss, the climate crisis, and the pollution crisis, no? And it struck me when Uluk was taking us around yesterday and we were talking about it, that here in Givær, of course, you can experience all three. The climate change impacts, the biodiversity loss we just heard about, changing bird populations and so on. But also the contamination crisis, of course, of contaminated eggs and all sorts of things. So we experience these things in wherever we live. Now, so we have these are really transforming our lives in our coastal communities, our coastal societies, our coastal environments. And at the same time, I think the conversation where it's going to be interesting to have a dialogue here for the next few days is actually about our solutions. The solutions we have, are they the good ones? Are they actually offering equitable solutions that engage with people who live in these communities? Or are they solutions that are being imposed from above, decided in distant places? Globally, we see a lot of, I would call them false solutions, quick fix technical solutions. And if we talk about the heritage field in this little environment here, intimate environment, I may also say a bit too much of the glorification. We like to speak about the beauty of heritage and so on, but so often disconnected by real life systems and what it actually means in the daily lives of people who live there, no? And that is a real problem. So what will it take us to actually get our heritage thinking to real life livelihood and ecological opportunities or issues is something that we're constantly battling with, trying to find ways that are not simply about meeting in Delhi and clapping on each other's shoulders and saying we have 2 new sites inscribed on the World Heritage List now, but actually use heritage to be supportive of local communities, living heritage systems that actually are meaningful and provide livelihood opportunity and life. And and this is something that we still have a far way to go. So I'm deeply grateful that I could come to a place like this and learn. It's actually very important. Now, a couple of things. Every year I take my students, I live in Switzerland, so far from the coast, you might say. But of course, we have similar issues there. Every year I take students up to the Alps, and here we see a melting permafrost, and also life systems, economic systems that have been completely transformed over the last 40 years. In this valley, maybe some of you have been there, Saastal, Saasfee, and so on. They have skiing systems all year round. So you have national ski teams from France, from Australia, Japan, or wherever, who come to these places because of the skiing opportunities. But this model is falling completely apart because of climate change. Permafrost is gone, the infrastructure is falling apart. I was trying to grasp a little bit of it here. And for the moment, they're able to sort of repair, invest again. But for every year I come back, the life of these installations go down. Initially, you were saying this is going to happen. We were going to be able to maintain this for a few decades. And just last year, it was back. They were saying, oh, let's maybe for another 4 or 5 years, we're okay. So you have a whole system that's transformed. You have hardly anyone. There are 2 farmers left in the valley, I think, and a completely transformed system, and that now is facing very short life sustainability existence. At the same time, they're struggling. Children who don't want to take over the hotels. They're also struggling to find ways of saying, what are we going to do if no one comes to ski here anymore? So they're changing and all that. What I want to say is that these are extremely rapidly evolving livelihood systems, and the question is how, actually respecting much more where we actually have living systems in place, and we need to invest in those, and not only invest in heavy infrastructure that we'll have to replace perhaps after a couple of years. So just last month, heavy torrential rains again that completely transformed some of these spaces as well, where hotel infrastructure had been built and so on. So there are real questions about how to actually adapt to this. So again, false solutions, quick fix solutions, or long-term solutions and living livelihood systems. No easy solutions here. I'm not going to preach any quick solution either. But what I do know is that where people have demonstrated ability to live in the long term, let's try to respect that and support that and invest in that as well. So where to channel heritage? Now, Ave spoke about our work on rights-based approaches for many years. And then what we've really seen is that when we have all these heritage work, it can be very powerful. Heritage can be so powerful, but both in a negative and a positive sense. Although yesterday we were talking about, well, what if we do heritage work here? And the question is, well, we might actually lose our rights to be able to collect certain things or live in certain ways. That is a risk in some cases. And of course, we've seen many protected areas where that has been a consequence. But it can also be the other way around. There are increasingly numbers of heritage initiatives and protected areas that actually help people protect against external forces, that help protect collective ways of living, that can actually support communities in realizing their rights. So this is work that we've been, with Ave and many others, we've been trying to say, how can we actually push the balance more towards the systems that use the power to support people rather than the other way around. And there, it's again, I don't want to preach too much about it, but it really is, we have a lot to say. It was great to hear, we have people from Bodø Kommune here as well. It's great to have this group of heritage professionals, village leaders as well, because indeed we have a responsibility not just towards ourselves, but even towards the children, the future generations. And it's becoming increasingly clear. So in Geneva, where I spend a lot of time, most of we have a lot of human rights processes, and there are, of course, we also hear about children increasingly saying, well, wait a minute, you need to involve us in this conversation. It's our future you're talking about. It's not just your immediate economic priority, it's also about what we actually leave behind. So when we, for example, are creating protected areas, are we disempowering people, or are we actually enabling life systems? These are the kinds of questions. And I took a picture yesterday also about these nice living systems we have here. These are not only nice to have, these kind of systems, they're actually fundamental. And Ulrich, I want to thank you for your analysis of your situation here, sharing that knowledge of you saying, well, by living together, you're actually able to create a better environment for the eider ducks and so on. And I think it's such an important lesson for us to learn that we can live together, and there are ways of living together. In fact, we live better together than living separately. So thank you for sharing that. And the point here is that rights-based approaches can enable that. Now that sounds all very nice, but what does it actually mean? Well, here's some of the principles. Now it's a right to participation, but the question is, of course, participation of whom and on what basis? Who gets to participate when we have important decisions to make about our development, about investments and so on, and who doesn't get to participate? I've been to so many places where the last ones to ask, the last ones being asked are the ones that are bearing the burden in the long term, the ones that are actually supposed to live with this for the future. So this is when we're talking rights-based approaches, those are the ones that should come first. Second, who's accountable to whom and for what? No? So many places where heritage processes are being set in motion, and we think more about how we are accountable maybe to the central authorities in the capital city, rather than being accountable to the people who live in these areas. So that's the second one. And discrimination, transparency, empowerment, these are all very big words. But the point is, I think, whenever you start digging, of course, into a specific heritage decision-making process, you will see people that are left out of the conversation. You will find people that somehow aren't really accessed, that won't have access, and that we need to think of ways of empowering them, of getting them on board in the conversation. So these are I mean, they're very high-flying words, but when you actually start thinking about it, they actually mean a lot in the ways of organizing things. So what does that have to do with our heritage? How is our heritage being... So here's one question, for example. If we're thinking about our island heritage in this area, how is that being supported by our legislation, how our local authorities and decision-making? Is it a priority? Is it a priority, or is it something that we kind of solve when it comes down to it? We heard important decisions being made here in Bodø around supporting the place with clean water, supporting with school access and so on. This is extremely important, and it shows that there is willingness. Now, can we do the same thing for coastal heritage and connections? These are important areas. This is a picture from a mountain environment where I was working with colleagues in Laos. They had a protected area for 20 years in this area, 20 years. And they want now to make this a World Heritage Site. So they involved me in the process of trying to have a conversation with some of the colleagues and the villagers. And it was striking that they actually, by starting to talk to villagers and the communities in these mountains, it was very clear that there was complete disconnect between those who made the decisions about this protected area and the people. So they were very worried. They were saying, well, what about my fields? Can I still, can I actually continue to grow the rice here? Can I continue to go to the forest and do my hunting? Can I collect my medicinal plants because my children are sick sometimes and they don't have access to hospitals in this area? These were real questions that at the end of the day were put in front of the provincial authorities, and it became a, let's say, requirement from the local communities to say, if you want this to be a World Heritage Site, we want you to solve these things first. These are things that are priorities for our communities. So the province then said, okay, we're going to think about it. Now, this is, of course, a slightly different situation compared to Norway, you might say. But still, the logic was that the dialogue here was all about bringing these conversations together. Am I running out of time? Okay. Now, the point is, of course, when it comes, this is all very good if it's just a dialogue, but what then when it comes to conflict? What about when profit comes in and suddenly you have big capitalist interests? You know, in these cases, for example, there were issues about big tourism coming in, occupying, having concessions to run cave tourism and other things. And some of the safeguards that we tried to put in were to say, okay, you can push for that, but at the same time make sure that people have tenure security over their lands and waters. Make sure they have fishing rights where that's necessary. Make sure that if you organize tourism, that there's a benefit sharing arrangement with the local communities in the areas that they benefit. So the point is that these are not stable things, but constantly transforming arrangements. And the question is that change from year to year. So there are real questions about profitability at people in the long term. Again, rights-based approaches allow to actually have an informed conversation around that. So just very quickly, again, taking you completely elsewhere, sorry for this global trip here. Again, a little bit far from the coast. These were colleagues in Sudan on the coast with the Nile, unfortunately now in a terrible war conflict situation. But also where I worked with Polish archaeologists that have been active there for 60 years, looking at fantastic Middle Age fresks and whatnot, but completely ignoring other layers of cultural heritage that were actually a living ecosystem in the Nile landscape. The point here is that by actually rights-based approaches is also allowing us to document other layers, other perspectives, the vision from indigenous and local communities, so we can document these things, but it's also about having a dialogue and hearing about what are the priorities from people who live in the communities that may not be the same wherever you go. And dialogue is extremely important. And then in cases where you do actually have a past of exclusion and conflict, you might even have measures like reparations, restitution, reconciliation, compensation, and so on. But in cases where you're actually starting from an open and already positive relationship, like for example, what it seems to be like here, you can actually engage in rights-sensitive planning and management. So you can actually set up mechanisms that for example, if people have issues, want to engage, there are mechanisms for that. There are mechanisms for making sure that people are heard, that decisions are not only taken in Bodø, for example, but have ways of engaging with voices in Givær and so on. So those are the things I wanted to just make the connections between all these big global processes, but at the same time, the connections here. And then I thought to finish off, it takes two to tango, they say, no? So making management rights-based, actually, I think the key thing here is how can we actually make the way we think about heritage supportive of living life systems, no? And what do we learn from rights-based approaches? What they say is you need to do two things. You need to engage, you need to empower the rights holders to make sure that they can actually make their claims and make their voices heard. But you also need to build the capacity of duty bearers. Duty bearers are the ones with the responsibilities to respond to that. And that's not necessarily easy, so you need to work with both. It takes two to tango, and that involves both entitlements and responsibilities. Finally, we need to see where the vulnerabilities, issues, and concerns are, understand them, and then figure out who has something to do about it. So I think those are the kind of things that in my brief presentation, I just want to talk about, and that's where a lot of the conversation about rights-based approaches go. It's not at all a miracle solution. It's just having a few additional measures, switching a bit the approach to make sure that we get everyone on board, and we have a shared common vision for the future. So thanks a lot for listening in here. I hope it was not too much at once, but again, such a privilege to speak here in Givær. Thank you.
Any comments, questions?
No? That's good.
Really?
All right. Well, thanks then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then we.
Some short issues. I think you probably have, during your few hours of stay here in Givær, you have seen the way that the community are working together on issues like heritage. So it's a really good example of what you are preaching.
So, I agree. And what I'm always struck about that when you go to many different places, people do a lot. I mean, but where it gets complicated sometimes is the minute then you want to either formalize it, scale it up, or have some sort of state involvement. There you run into issues sometimes. You run into different ways of seeing things. Suddenly, what locals see as a way of doing things becomes not quite correct and needs to be transformed and so on. So when you get into the nitty-gritty of building not just management practice but management systems, you run into issues that need to be sorted out. I wouldn't say ironed out, but worked out. And that's why some of this becomes important, because then suddenly where, let's say people here are used to organizing things, it gets taken over by decision makers from elsewhere, or So, the point here is that you say it works, but it may not work in 10 years with a shift in a given government policy or new framework for doing things, and then you need to work it out. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you again. Announcements from the kitchen. Then Vuulok wanted to say that there is coffee and water if somebody wants water or coffee. I'm very happy to present the next person that you probably know, the man who knows and sees some of the values that you don't know what to expect. You think that it is a ordinary something, normal thing that can go waste or not, and then it turns out that it is very important law of the 16th century, and that is actually one of the few environments in Norway where you have the fisherman cabins in situ in the position where they have been like already centuries and centuries, and that is the power of working together of local communities and heritage experts. That heritage experts can show some of the points that local communities will know. Then they keep them. Otherwise, they can be just lost because they don't know about these values. ICOMOS Wood Committee honor very, very good member Arnstein Brekke, who is in a local Bude commune, too active. Yes.
Thank you, Ave. You hear me, yes? When I started to work with heritage a long time ago, before my hair became gray, then I read this book about, the title was Do We Believe in Progress? In Norwegian, Tror vi på fremskrittet? I only remember one sentence from this book. Only one sentence, and this was the following. The only thing that ever will exist is the future. The history is around us, like memories and physical structures, buildings, landscapes, and everything. But the only thing that really exists is the future. When I started to work with heritage in the inland where I come from, I started as kind of personal research project. There had been done little research on our heritage, that is both the Norwegian and the Sami. We are in the Pite Sami area. And it had been a personal travel in trying to learn something at least. And we have studying the heritage around us. One of the researchers that luckily had been working in my home area in Skjerstad was dare to say, the best food researcher, a researcher on old traditional food culture in Norway, Mrs. Astrid Riddervold. And I was happy to work with her. I suggested that we should go to Givær to make a documentation project about the traditional fishery, summer fishery, and the fish that we in Norwegian call saltsei, which she already written something about, and we got actually some small money for this. And we went here the spring of 2002. The first time I came to Givær, and as I mentioned, I grew up with a lot of stories about Givær and about Lofoten. It's a part of my upbringing, all the stories from old time, the old people around me, old men who have been fishermen, fish farmers. And for them, Givær and Lofoten was the thing they spoke about. And I actually made an interview for 3 days. I was interviewing a guy that was here 3 years in the 1920s, all the details about the summer fisheries. A man from Israel, he was 92 years old then, in 1990. And 12 years later, I came to Givær, very full of expectations that we're going to really dig into the history. And the first person I met was Olaug, then Nilsen, now Olsen. And we were, both me and Astrid Riddervold, we were really prepared, and to dig into history. And then Olaug said, hello, oh, that was interesting. Maybe we talk later, because we are taking the boat now, our boat now, and go to Bodø to buy soft ice. And that reminded me then and also later about the only thing that exists is the future. And why are we doing this heritage work? What is actually around us? And you have, Olaug, shown, and you are all in Givær show that the future is the thing that exists, and you're standing on the shoulders of your heritage and developing it. And we should always remind ourselves that what is the purpose of our work. And so I always say that to people. I don't take care of history, I take care of the future. It might not be so always that I actually do that, sometimes stumble and so on. But what I wanted to talk a little about today is some small glimpse of the history of Givær and what are the qualities of Givær. What are the things we can learn from Givær? And that is the bigger picture. Because this culture is just like all coastal culture. In the fjords where I come from, in the mountain where I come from, and all coastline have this culture. And this is a kind of, but as we know, the industrialization of fishery and the modernization have changed our environments quite much, and it's changing them very rapidly. So the question, what is there to learn from this heritage for the future? So I'll go take some small stories about that. First, the very long history, and this I have from Professor Reidar Bertelsen, professor in archaeology, that we had involved in a documentation project that we worked on through the National Trust and through Bodø Kommune and with people at Givær some years ago, and it was the first time an archaeologist considered the heritage at Givær. And he went ashore with Olaug, and he looked right at the graves from Iron Age. That's before the Viking time. And actually, there exists no registration from archaeology before he came there in, 6, 7 years ago. So they're all around. This is his picture. In the old time, like Iron Age and so on, this was possibly or very likely a place for seasonal hunting and gathering. That means fishing, hunting seals and fish and either birds and seabird eggs and so on. And people from the inland came here. Later, maybe or around Viking time or just before, people settled down, and there was permanent settlements. And that led to, it's a very fast jump in history from after Viking time, and in the Middle Ages and later, the fish farmers' society occurred, where the men were away half of the year for seasonal fisheries, and the women were the actual farmers living here. And in the seasons, they worked together, like here, transporting the hay. The fisherman cabins in Givær, there were up to 500 men, we have from tradition and written sources, 500 men gathered at this small island and on the small neighbor islands from end of June and 3 and 4 weeks ahead. And they were collecting the fish, the paluk, that is for the Norwegian say, that is mostly for your own use. Part of the economy, fishing was, like Lofoten, was not for fish to eat, it was fish to sell, to trade with. But this fish was mostly, and people came from my home farmstead in Brekke in Mesvær, they already registered, by the way, fishermen cabins they pay rent for the ground in 1631. One of my distant forefathers had a fisherman cabin here in 1631, and the same farmstead had a fisherman's cabin in 1873. We've been there a very long time, coming here, and it was for food. Because this food, salted say, has been a very important part of our culture, and all up to my days, still is. This is a picture of around 1970, before something happened to these fishermen cabins. They're mostly out of use at that time. This is the seasonal fisheries that occurred in the 18th century. They developed this kind of fish more advanced, so they could fish bigger quantity of fish. 4 boats together. The drawing is not perfect, but it's very good actually, so that they drag this fish net under the big volume of fish and take it to the land during the night, make ready the fish all up to the morning, sleep through the day, go out in the evening again looking for the fish. So that they did in 4 weeks. It was a fairy tale, they said, the people who went here. This is the oldest fisherman cabins we have documented in Givær, and I think we have documented quite much of them through what is called dendrochronology, that is in Norwegian årringeanalyse. We can find exact which year the timber is cut down, and then can assume it's used in the buildings that year or shortly after. It's an exact science, so we know that most of this timber was cut down in the year 1601. We don't know where it was built. Maybe, as tradition said in Givær, that they took old buildings from Mesvær, the inland, brought it here to be cabins. So it might be an old residential building as a house for living in the inland. We don't know that. So there have been a lot of these cabins here. There are now 7 kept still, and there have been also other kind of, not only this wooden. It has been wooden, but it was built like the Norwegian word gamme, like a turf house. Also been here. I mean, we know little about it, but there are some place names that say that. So, and some very small traditions say that. Could be both Norwegian and Sami who use those kind of buildings. But the remaining buildings are this kind, and they are quite old. This is the oldest documented fisherman's cabin in Norway, who is in its place. There is one older in Mesvær, but it's moved. So to an older place. But so this is the very old one. And this is example how we have been working for over the work that I organized with some carpenters has been to try to extract knowledge from the buildings. Not only by taking samples of the wood, but we have looked into, to find out, we have to look into all the details. How are they marked? Because the marks said something about building and moving. If buildings have been changed, we can see that. And we're dating the different building phases. And they give us knowledge about how the building have lived through their lifetime, how they have been changed, moved. And we can also then extract knowledge about change of climate, actually, because these year rings are a fingerprint of climate. So we actually contributed some to climate research. And in this region in Salten, with Givær at the west point and Saltdal in the east, in the inland, is the best researched area in Norway when it comes to this kind of method. So we are looking at all building phases, and in that sense we have learned how people were building houses 500 years ago, 400 years ago, 300 years ago, and so on, and how they changed them. So Givær is so lucky to have the oldest and most interesting buildings when it comes to fishermen cabins in Norway. There are other environments that are bigger, much more fishermen cabins, but these are also a little changed. That means that they have a lot of knowledge. And they are also interesting in an international perspective. So this is, and there's only one that is actually under formal protection. That is this one, because it's from before 1650 and makes it automatically protected by the law. The other ones are kept by voluntary work by the owners. Olaug family is the owners of most of them. This is just a little about conservation and restoration. This is the oldest building. It was put on panel, and to protect it, a weather wall, værvegg, so on, and we have painted it in the traditional way with the fish liver oil paint. The red color is imported, and this tran, as it's called in Norwegian, fish liver oil, is from around here in the region. It's very, very good paint, actually, as long as you don't put anything else on it. But it's very good paint. Very, very healthy and good paint. The best you can have, actually. So this I have used the traditional ways. And also when we repair the buildings, we are taking out the knowledge and keeping the knowledge in the buildings as far as we can. Just want to mention this, talked about the future, what happened in the end of 19th century, 150 or 140 years ago. There was a development because people started to fish herring, also sill, from 1860s, and people got money. So ordinary people got their first money. And they could, to say it's also a simplified picture, but then it could, the type of building changed. There were more trade with fish, and they bigger buildings to handle this. So here we see old buildings, old storage house, and the drawing of that from a young architect that was with us. It's one of our documentation projects in Givær. And then I'll just finally show this building of the biggest house, or with most people, as we know, in all Nordland, with numerous number of flats and people in this house. So the Sivertsen family house on just down here. You can see when you come out again. So it's four flats, yeah, or 5. Hvor mange boenheter det I Sivertsen-gården? Storgården? Yeah. The four different families have been living there, and they also used the outhouses in the summertime to, as everybody else did, to staying in the outhouses. So this was some small things about Givær. The interesting thing is how we keep this heritage. How do we use this knowledge for the future? And I think there are some. Also Givær, and especially Givær there's a lot of knowledge in these old buildings, and there's a lot of old knowledge how you keep the buildings. And when you see the climate change is around us, we see that it's more wet. We need to be very sure of what kind of methods, materials we use to keep the buildings for the future, keep the heritage as such. And the buildings are I think it kind of be maybe the buildings and the cultural landscapes and the way you work can be a kind of laboratory for future to learn, to relearn how things can be done in a good way. And then together with the overall politics when it comes to nature protection and protection of heritage. So this we like to talk some about. The interesting thing here that there's only one building here that is under formal protection, that is the oldest fisherman's cabin. So people are taking care of it. So that's, and using the buildings, many of the buildings at least. So it's interesting to look into how would the future look like. And can it be a resource for Givær in the future? Thank you.
Any questions?
Where are those timbers came from? Because I don't see any trees growing here.
Yeah, the main source of the timber here is the inland region. In this region, where the pine tree grows, it's very slow grown. So it's very have a long life. It also comes some imported from South Arctic Circle. Traveling with ships, you can bring materials, and it also came mostly from the north, from timber drifting in the ocean. So there are, in principle, three ways that the wood can land on this island. So, yeah, in different ways. So, and of course, some of this building has been built other places and moved here. Like, especially, I think the fishermen's cabins has been built like in the inland, and then taken here because it was owned by the people in the inland who came here to fish in the summertime.
It was me.
Yeah, yeah. John?
I want this loudspeaker. Yeah. So,
yeah.
Thank you. It was very interesting to learn about these pallock fisheries you told about yesterday. I didn't, in the first time, believe it. It was so very special for me to hear about these fisheries. And my question is this fishery taking place on the other islands here in the Bodø region? Because you told yesterday that there were a lot of fishermen here, and these fishermen's houses were full of fishermen. They laid 3 persons in every bed in the summer. So my question, did they fish, did they run this fishery on the other islands here in the Bodø region too?
Yeah, very good question, thank you. It's this tradition from the summer fishery after the paddock. It's go to, we know it from north of here, like 200 kilometers to the north, to Steigen area. And then we know it down to Helgeland, which is southern part of Nordland. And it was very systematic because people in the inland came out on the small islands in the summer. This was perhaps the biggest place where they came, so the biggest number of people, I mean. But it's very interesting because the natural reason why they're here is that in the spring, the plankton comes in from the Atlantic. And then the pollock follows, the small krill follows the plankton, and the pollock follows the krill. And the fishermen come out because then the big numbers of pollock are around here. So you give the possibility to fish them. They are all around here, but the big numbers come then. So it's a natural system that is, as the oldest people in Givær, which we interviewed in 2002, said that there came a change already in the 1950s with the trawlers, because the natural system broke down after some decades. So that's why you don't see these big numbers, the big volume. They don't follow this. The system is not there as clear as it was before. So, but there have been on the small island south of here has also been this kind of fishery. So it's a mixed picture. But this also this plankton is Norwegian called rødåte. The red plankton they said here that this gave the best taste of this fish. That's why they were here fishing in the spring. But that's not the case, because in the old time how you take advantage of how do you do your season through the year are very important and are depending on the natural resources. So the taste of the food is of course depending on this natural turn around the year. So because if you go to Helgeland on the islands out in the ocean, they fish the same kind of fish, but after August. they never did it here, as this kind of fish. So they give another taste. The same process, but other taste, and other plankton. So just into the details. But there are not many, this is the only place where real, still an environment of these fishermen cabins and the cultural landscapes are that are more intact than other places. That makes interesting, Givær interesting as a laboratory for this. Yeah, so.
You showed us a drawing with 4 boats together and a net in the middle. Is that what is called kastenot?
No, this is in Norwegian. It's called it is called a synkenot.
Okay.
And it was said to be developed in this region, but that's unclear. But if in the history of fishing in Norway, it's mentioned that it was developed in this region. There's still one kept, very few exemplars, but Olaug has one in the old sea house. So it was a development like 250, 60 years ago.
Yeah.
We are uncertain when it occurred, but around there. So before that, they fished more with what's called in English, the hand tool. So then,
Yeah, because I was told that in Saltström they used something in cooperation they called kastenot.
that is correct that they used it in Saltströmen, and in Saltströmen it's quite special or interesting in this talk because the landowners of Saltströmen had the right to use this kastenot, this fish net.
But
The other people who lived close, in farmsteads close, did not have that right. So they went out here, and this area here was from ancient times. It was what the Norwegian call the allmenning for Salten, that is the public accessible area. So everybody from the inland had the right to go here to fish in the old times. So, and since we don't have any constitution to say anything about historical rights to fish, we don't have that right anymore, maybe. So we don't know.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We can continue the discussion and big applause. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I'm very happy to introduce the next speaker, which is Inger Unstad from Lofoten, a real Lofoten lady, architect, and has been documented in coastal culture, coastal architecture. As I told Inger, she had forgotten it, but we met in the street of Trondheim 30 years ago.
60 years ago.
No, 60 years ago, yeah, okay. 30 years ago. And then we were standing there for, I think it was 2.5 hours, just talking about her thesis about the coastal buildings. It was very interesting and for me, a day full of knowledge. So thank you for that. And now we will hear some about this. Thank you. Yeah.
I don't do that. I need to walk when I'm speaking. So do you hear me when I'm standing here?
It's better to have this.
My name is Inger Unstad. I'm from Lofoten, and I'm educated as an architect in Trondheim. And when I started on my diploma, I wanted to do something historical. So then I said I will write about the buildings in the northern part of Norway. And there was nothing to read about, nothing I had to go out and see, and then I started my documentary about this stativ, this structure that you draw things on. No, hva heter tørske? Dry things on, yeah. And then I've done that by talking to people, not to read. So I've been out interviewing people for maybe 30 years. And when you find something, you say, what's this? And they say, this thing we found, someone found maybe 2 weeks ago. And then he said, this is a søkk, something you put on the garn.
Fishing nets.
Fishing nets, thank you. And I said, how old is this? What do you call this hole? Who made it? And they said, we don't know, because you have lost the words. you have the things, but you have lost the words. And I say, isn't it too small? And they say, I don't know, but it's the way you use it. And I say, I don't believe you because you're just talking. But this is the same like this. And I said, but what happened? Why is it so small? And maybe it's not for the fishing nets. When I started my work, I lived in Lofoten and was educated in Trondheim, that's a big city with a lot of architects. And then I go to Moskenes and saw this construction, and I said, what's that? I never seen it, because I'm not a fisherman's daughter. I've grown up in the middle of the island, and there's no fisherman's equipment. And I didn't know what that was. So I started to ask and started to read, and there were nothing to be found. And then I started to interview old people. And they said, that's a nutjell. That's where you're drying the fishing net. And I said, what? And then they draw this for me, and then they tell me how to use it and all the words. You know, when you're making something, you have a lot of words. And when I talk to an architect, we have our words. And when the fisherman and the carpenter talk together, they have other words. So I was documenting these words. And I measured this nutjell and made a model of it. And then I was finished my education. I went up to the north to Finnmark, and then there was another one. And people tell me when the war, in the end of the war, everything was burned in Finnmark, and they had to rebuild it. And then they built this nutjell after they were drawing it, some architect or whatever, and they built new one. And then the builder came from Finnmark to Lofoten. So there was a link. And I once found a drawing of this, but everything is gone. And no one had studied it. There's Ingebjørg Hage, she's been studying gjenreisnings architecture, but she's not studying the fishermen's gjenreisnings houses. This one is protected by law, and I don't know how it is now, but maybe Randi knows about if it's fall down or not. But I was speaking to people, and I met an old man, told me, and he was in engineering. So he made this one for me and said, oh, people come from Finnmark and they made them here. And then I was traveling all over the northern part of Norway and registered it like this because I want some order. And now there's a man who has made a book of it. So now you can read about it. There are different big or small, and then there's the fact that you had this construction to put something on to dry it. And when you, like this from Givær, they have plastics, but this one is cotton and hemp. And then you had to put it up and dry it, and all these things have words. And when these things are away, you lose these words. So I've been talking to people and asked, how do you do it? And they said, we used kattego. And I don't know nothing about it. And then they tell me about blåstein and all these things that you use, and for how long they should be in this boiling. So I collected words all the time. And it's all about drying things. So in Lofoten, we dry fish, but we also dry the head of the fish. And when we dry the fish, the head of the fish, we need this construction. But we also need this, hva heter tråd? Bommen. Strange, yeah. And that has also a name. And someone is making it. When I was young, the old man sat and made them. But now they're coming from Poland. And they have names of, it's a hunk. So when I talk to fishermen, they use other words. And these words are, we are losing them. But maybe we will find some of these, but we have lost the words. These are the construction Yale. I was looking in internet to have these English words for fishing, fiskehjell, but I didn't find it.
You call them
Staffel. Okay, scuffle. Scuffle. Okay, I say fiskehjell. This is for drying heads, fishing them. And we do that in Lofoten a lot. But in the winter time or in the autumn, no, after they have been taking the head away, you have to do something with this. And they do it different in Varanger than in Lofoten. And that's because of the rain. So in Varanger they did put it like this, but in Lofoten you put it like this, or you put it in roveskjul, small houses. So and then there are different construction for different fish, and this is named flatgjell. It's flat, and in this construction there are words for every details. And this one is old, and I'm not sure it's there, because if you look at this foot or book, you can see it's like a triangle, so it's steady. But now you use sträng, and no one is taking care of this because it's like temporary. It's just go with the wind and we build new one. And if you don't document them, you lost these words, and maybe you don't need them. But I like it. I like to know about it. And this one is interesting because I was talking to an old man, and he told me how to build them, and he said this word marstock, and I never heard about that. And I've been asking other fishermen, what's marstock? And no one knows. But this construction I found in Vesterålen, and this is the marstock. And you know about this ase og rove, but under there was marstock. And I once found this in Gamvik, and I know I took a picture of it, but now it's gone. So this is this is only in the memory. And of course, this is from Rust. It's all over. It's a lot of them, and they have names. So this is known. Everyone knows these names. Not everyone, but the one who work with them. But maybe not the younger people, because I've been asking young people, do you know what ase is? And they said, no, we don't know. You don't use this word. In Finnmark before the war, and maybe other places, they put this flat yell in up to seven level. Here is from Nordkapp, Magerøya, is in 2 level, 2, 3. But after the war, after everything was burned, there came new laws that told them you can only put them in 1 level because of the blood will go down to the fish under and the quality will go down. But still someone is doing it. And maybe this is not for selling, maybe that's why I can do it. But this is linked to the history before. And everyone maybe have seen this. This is a way of putting the fish. And I've been trying to find out when did they start, why did they do that? And there are different stories. But we used to say it's because of the fly cannot go so high, that's why. But in Stamsen they had this because of lack of places, areal. And all these have also words, and there are different if you hang cod or sei, the one we eat. But this is the construction of the stavkirke Urnes. So it's the same way of building. It's a model of stavkirke. And then there are these constructions, and these are not in the system. So I don't know what it is, but it's from Norway. So maybe it's like a Sami people building this, and it's not my picture, I found it. So if I should tell about this, I think it has something about places that build the way they built before the war, but because after the war you started to build in a new tradition. But some places you find this build this construction like it was before the war. It's still about drying things. You hang something because it's wet. So I've been working with klessjå, these small houses where you put your clothes after washing it. You have to put it somewhere. And here you have this stativ, yeah. But in Røst, you said this is we have this fiskegjeld. In Røst, people said klesgjeld. It's the same. It's a construction where you put something for dry. And in Lofoten, we have these houses like these small houses where you go with when you finish washing and your clothes and you hang them. And you need it because it's raining so much and it's so windy. You can't hang it outside. So I've been interviewing a lot of people about this. I've been talking to her. She grew up with this, the last one, and she's telling me how you do it, how you use your hand, how you wash the clothes in the river, and the need of having this building. There are still a lot of them in Lofoten, but in Varanger, where I lived for 30 years, there's no one. And I asked them, why don't you have these small houses? It's not raining there. It's not weather. It's no storm, no rain, no nothing. You put them outside and you take them in. But in Lofoten you have them. And no one of them are... my interest of this started when in Leknes, it's a big place. They were tearing one down, and I said, you cannot do it. And they said, why? Because they are interesting, and there's not so many left. And I said, I even called the Riksantikvaren and a woman that have written a book about clothes, and they said we don't know nothing about it. That's interesting is that there are different ways of doing it. You see, the whole wall or only a part of it. This one it's in Victon, and I asked the lady. I spoke with the lady who owned it, and I spoke with her grandchild, and he said, "No, it's for the sheep. It's the air come in and out." And I said, "No, I think it's for the clothes." And he didn't know, but her mother or grandmother told me about it. And this one is not available. They have torn it down because it's so old and it's nothing. And I said, you cannot do it. But they did. But inside this ceiling here was this, det heter ikke bølgeprikk. But there are the British Army. So this one told a story about the First World War. And I tried to tell them that this is, if you take them away, you take away the history. But it's only me that's interesting. And so about this panel, the outside, how you do it. This one is the warmer. This one is where the wind can go through. This one is very beautiful. And I think maybe you can see that this one is from one who has money or a good carpenter. And then I started to ask, what do you call this? Do you have a name on these walls? And I asked a lot of people, and say, and I called the carpenter in the planke name, someone who can all about this old way of building, and no one had names. And I think there must be a name, because when you build it, you tell, go and do like this. And then I was talking to a man in Vesterålen, a carpenter, and he said, oh, maybe I remember my uncle said something about that the sheep go on remma floors. Hva heter reim? You know the sheep? They go on the floor and the dirt fall under. There are like spalter, yeah. So these are spalter panel, but it's called a remma panel. And you cannot read it. It's not written any places. But it's a word that someone remember, because I show them this picture. And this is from Vesterålen, and they do it like that, and I don't know why. I will find out next time we meet. And all this is about these people that work, people that are doing things, and the words that is connected to the things you see and the way you do things. And people are dying, and still we have the things. We find it, and we say, what's this? But we have lost the words because people are dying before you have been talking to them. And this, I've been interviewing a man how they build with stone, and he told me a lot of words, so I've been written down. And these are in Øksfjord. Bottom they're working on the same. He who drew this hadn't seen that. And there are some words I've been, maybe you have seen all these words, but I don't think you have seen that and that. But my daughter, I said, when I was young, we had a vaskekjeller. And she said, she's 25. And she's grown up with me, so she should learn something. What's a vaskekjeller? But you know what it is. And you know the feeling that when you go there and it's the stone under your feet and all this. And then there's what happened now with this kleshjel, that we have this machine that we wash our clothes, and we have this other machine that dry the clothes, so we don't need this. But that's what happened then, that we use a lot of energy, and all this plastic, microplastic, go out in the sea, and the man take over and hang their fish and their meat in the Turkish or klesho. So that's the end of this story. And you said to me that I should speak about buildings in Lofoten. So there you have one more. Rodby. Thank you.
Any questions, comments? Ladies first.
Oh, thank you. I've been a colleague of Inger when she came to Finnmark, and it was very interesting when she came with her knowledge about these fishing racks and this stockfish production, and so that's a good thing. And but nowadays this stockfish production is more or less escaped from Finnmark. It is still here in Lofoten and on the islands, perhaps. And but you know, in Tromsø, they used the knowledge about making this padlock shack, or what it's called, as an art installation. So and they are doing in Finnmark, in Vadsø, in your very worked. They have restored these padlock shacks, and so it's a very special thing that these fisheries and the stockfish production, who gave the richdom to the north, it's now more or less been art installations, and the words about it. You are doing something to that the society shall remember all these things about the birds and the details, and that it's very, very good thing. So thank you.
Thank you so much for this fascinating presentation. And you had a phrase at some point where you said, "Oh, what we don't know, we kind of let go," and people. So I was wondering, in your experience now, having started documenting all this and the words and everything, and once you start sharing this, do you have a sense that there's the more people understand, the more we know, the more we will protect, or is it still there's a disconnect? And what are your thoughts around that?
I've been working in the kommune. I've been writing this plan for the heritage in my kommune, but they are not interesting. No, I don't think they're interesting. Hello? Yeah. There are small groups of us that are interesting, and we meet like this. But the rest of the people, no, they're not interesting. But now I work as a journalist, and I try to write about it, and I use these old words. And my boss, he's a philosopher, and he never corrects me. So I write words, and the young people say, "You cannot do that," and my children say. And I say, you speak English, you write English, and I don't understand. So I use my old words.
Well, I'm a little biased since I invited you to come here, and I'm very happy that you took off from your work to come here, because you have talked about this before a little, and I haven't seen this presentation, and I think it's very interesting, and especially the thing that you said just at the end, to put it into an environmental and climate perspective.
Yeah.
So that's very. So I should absolutely, since you didn't write the book about the fiskgjeld, you should write the book about the tørkesjå, the drying shed.
But,
and you can also, when you go out here at Givær, you will find this built in, I think it was in 1970, that was built, a man here to help the women at Givær, as the women here said. So there is one just down the
Svala.
street.
Yeah, she called it Svala.
Yeah.
But I tried to tell the architect that build houses or draw houses that you should make a place in the house or outside to dry your clothes, because everyone buy this machine to dry the clothes, and the clothes is destroyed, and it costs money. And these plastic clothes that we wear, the plastic go out in the ocean, and then we have no birds. But yeah, I don't have this machine.
Now it is coffee pause, and as we are here in the island, the youngsters have prepared, here is coffee pause, but outside the youngsters are selling you hot dogs and waffles and stuff like that, so when you want to contribute to local economy, you can buy this stuff there outside too. So, but coffee pause, and 11:05, the keynote speech by Steinar Roos. Yeah.
Ok. Steinar, skal bare komme opp. Good. No? Don't show here.
You are introduce meanwhile.
Okay. Yeah.
Long introduction. Covered.
Then I'm happy to introduce the next speaker, which is Professor Steinar Aas from Nord University in Bodø. Steinar has been contributing also to our work about documentation of the heritage at Givær, and are very active in the debates in the Nordland community, both about modern history and past. So, welcome, Steinar.
Thank you. Yeah, I was asked to say something about the way that we have been. Yeah, I had a presentation here. Is it? Yeah. It's coming. That's perfect. Yeah, I was preparing a presentation on a little bit on the broader history of the region when it comes to adaptation to and the way we have been dealing with the coastal culture in this region. Because, of course, you have to understand Norwegian history is not about inland that much. It's about the sea. Most of the settlement have been around the fjords, a little bit into the inland, but most of all, it has been connected with the sea. So when you have this idea of Norway as the road to the north, that's quite an exaggeration when it comes to roads. It's the road to the north by the sea, of course. And the Nordland region is quite familiar with visitors and encounters with others sailing around this area. For instance, we know, especially this region, from the history of Ottar, the northerner traveling to Alfred from the region of Hålogaland, telling his story about the people living here to the King Alfred of Wessex in Great Britain in the 10th century. And we also know Quirini's travel to these regions. Not that different from what we see here. We have been introduced to Røst from the former speaker, and the transcript, and the Venice merchants under the leadership of Quirini wrecked their ship at the Isle of Røst in 1432. And the Italians are quite aware of this, and they know the history about the connection between seafarers, this region, and of course the bacala, the coats. So sources about Norwegian history is the oldest sources about Norwegian history, written sources, to understand medieval Norway is actually from this region. It's not from the inland, it's not from farmland, it's from the sea, from the coast. So, yeah. And if you study other findings, like archaeological findings along the coast, this is from Vega, further south, where we also have the tradition of Eiderdun down. And during the Iron Age and the medieval period, the development of agriculture contributed to the development of a fish farmer, has been introduced to you these days. And of course, as you also have been aware of, the combination was normally of a feminine farmer and a masculine fisherman. And that's a sustainable and self-sufficient adaptation to the local resources dominating the livelihood of the region for centuries. The household, the farm, worked as the unit of production and consumption, providing its members with the necessities through self-production by all the household members, from kids to the old ones. And as you will see in Givær today, and as I will try to underline, is that this kind of combination is still quite vital for the survival of people here in Givær. There is also an aspect, we are talking about capitalism and monetary economy and industrialism and modernization as some kind of foreign aspect of the life of people in this region. But you have to be aware also that European markets for fish products like cod and herring gave these people along these coasts monetary incomes to provide them with goods from faraway places. And that's not only suspicious consumption like silk or textiles trying to show off, but it's also about salt, iron, sugar, precious merchandise like bronze, silver, gold, and of course luxury goods, but also ceramics and other necessities that were needed to make a living in this region. So in a way, especially the story about Kurini tells about a cooperation which is connected to faraway markets in Europe. So in a way, it's quite strange, because when I'm trying to address this, that these regions are quite remote and quite distant when it comes to the Central European areas. It's quite heavily connected with Europe and the rest of the world. In addition, the coastal resources were magnets to people, and that's something that people are not quite aware of. It was the reason why people are living along these coasts, is that the coastal resources were magnets to people from far and near. So, and also the regional indigenous people, the Sami, developed a unique culture of living. Firstly based on hunting and gathering, later adding reindeer husbandry as part of the adaptation. The making of meat, skin, and other products attractive in a regional and international trade economy was part of these northern exports. So, and the cooperation between different ethnic groups was pronounced, and especially in the early phase, in a unique exchange system between the peoples in the inland and the peoples at the coast. So when Kai Linde came with his Nordlandsbåt sailing into Givær today, you can say that is part of a Sami boat building tradition in the inland and the fjords, who took advantage of the forests and specialized their boat building skills, providing the coastal population with boats and ships. So this is part of the short story. But until the start of the 19th century, let's jump a little, because I'm going to speak about today and about things that are going on today, actually, also. The population in Norway was rather modest and spread out over a vast territory, as you can imagine. However, after the Napoleonic Wars, the population grew rapidly due to what has been named as the demographic transition. Suddenly, people lived longer, the birth deaths were fewer, the people tend to live longer, and at the same time, the birth rate was high. So the old Malthusian idea about population growth, as you see from 1739 to 1819, there was hardly any changes. Population growth would trigger decline due to the lack of food supply. This thesis of Malthus was about to break down. Humans could provide a place to uphold the growing numbers of families, it seems to. And if you see the history of the northern areas, you see that the population growth were even more rapid in the northern areas during the 19th and 20th century than in the south. And the reason for this growth was later to be described as North Norway as a frontier, where the population grew because of the available resources open to all, like the marine resources along the coast of North Norway always had been. So this is kind of what Arnstein was pointing at recently, that the sea, this is an open sea. There's no private sea here. You can fish wherever you want to go, and that was pulling people to these regions. But of course, the fish farmer was not the most important part of the fish farm economy was actually not access to fish at the coast where you live. but access to land for farming. You have to have some place to stay. You have to have a house to live in. And then, if there are good access to fish where you live, that's most important. But you have to have a farm. The farm is vital. If the possibility is to farm, to keep a sheep like in Givær, or a cow, or you don't have access to fish where you live, you can't stay there. You have to move to another place. So, and then, in addition, there is a necessity of admission to money, income, within the monetary economy. So, if we, in former days, you can say that the men went to Lofoten Island to the seasonal fisheries or to other seasonal fisheries, but mainly they were staying at home where they were farmers and they were fishing along the coast where they lived. This is a picture painted by Bakker, Henrik Bakker, who is known as Oslo's painter. He was famous for his painting of the Oslo environment, but his father was the director of the Fisheries Museum in Bodø, which is the museum, the town museum in Bodø, built in 1904. Henrik Bakker stayed there with his father and painted one of the farms at today's airport in Hernes. And you can see this is a good illustration of what a household is and what the built culture of the household is. It's the big home, the farm, including the sea, the infill and the outfill land, the forest in the outfill land, with its access to building materials and firewood in the areas where such resources were accessible. One can see the difference in adaptation between Gjønes in this case and Givær and Hernes in this case. You need arable land to grow vegetables, grazing land to keep the animals with food. You need forests to build houses and barns, boathouses and other constructions like the boats and the hay drying racks or the fish drying racks. The debate about the fish farmer has been that during the modernization period, the post-war period, economics and technocrats in the Norwegian politics, they had this idea that the fish farmer was a kind of not a very future-oriented idea of making a living for people, but the idea is that the peasants will only work because the peasants would only work as hard as they needed in order to meet their subsistence needs, but had no incentive beyond those needs and therefore would slow and stop working once they were met. So they will not the fish farmer will not try to create some kind of profit or earn some more money because it was not a capitalist economy, it was a peasant economy, which was had its certain orientation, which was kind of anti-capitalist because you won't strive for profit. So it was seen as unnecessary in the modern Norwegian, post-Norwegian period. This shows the year parted into cycles. It's a drawing made by Håvard Dahl Brattrein, who worked at the Museum of Tromsø for some years. And you can see how the year is parted into seasons, the dark season and the light season, and there are different things, and the year is cyclical. So people have to go doing their things in different periods of life. The Lofoten fishery, the Lodde fishery, different kinds of fisheries. There are the harvesting and so on. So, and as you see on this picture from Saltstraumen, this is a family picking potatoes in the autumn. And of course, kids are there, the older are there, and the women are there. So everyone was partaking in this kind of adaptation to how this economy was organized. But of course, you needed money as well. You needed money to pay taxes, to pay interest rate if you were paying for a house or a farm, or you're paying your debt. So this is not an economy that is completely secluded or not included into the capitalist economy. So everyone had to pay their bills, of course. Another aspect is actually this idea of reuse and recycling, documented by these photos from fish farms in Steigen by Rune Johansen. He's a famous photograph. You can see the tools of local fish farmer, other of his belongings that is so precious and important to him that he rather keep it just in case of future use instead of throwing it away. Paradoxically, the book is called Hiv mannskitten, which is translated into throw away the human shit. But as you can see, you don't throw away anything. And the art exhibition of Johan Ango is actually showing some similar approaches to this. This is quite a little bit of the Janus phase of the fish farmer, because we have heard it also today in previous speakers that people are not that interested in taking care of heritage. They're just throwing away things, so they burn down things when they are stuck, when they don't need it anymore. So it's a quite paradox, because normally people will keep things, don't throw away things, reuse things. So, but of course, if you don't find use of them, you will probably throw them away anyway. And as you can see, when it comes to climate, you can see in this picture from Givær how people are trying to adapt to the climate and to find the best way of building houses which is clinging to the landscape, adapting to climate, strong winds, hostile periods of the season will. Where do you build and how do you build is decided by the climate, so to speak. So you can read the cultural heritage of the built culture in that direction, actually. And also, as Arnstein have been speaking about, how the connection between the people in the inland were using the fishermen's houses, how the Ederdun down system was, like Olaug has presented. So, and seasonal adaptation, because this was a summer fishery, like Arnstein was telling about, and how the summer fishery developed into specific dishes that were created due to the problems with, you can't dry fish during the summer because then the fly will lay eggs in the fish. So you have to use something, you have to prepare the fish in another completely different way. So they used the old salt from the clipfish production in the saltfish production during summertime, reusing the salt, so to speak. So that's why they call it gammelsalta sei, or old salted sei, coalfish, pollock. Well, when it comes to urbanization, it's quite interesting as well, because if you see the urban settlements that grew up during the 19th century, especially and 18th and 20th century, you can find small harbors, you can find people trying to build in some similar way that you can see from Givær, but in more densely, people are living more densely, but the built culture is quite similar. This is a picture from Bodø, and you can see it's not very different from, people are clinging together and they are trying to adapt to climates in some kind of way. Later, humans are quite strange, because as you can see here in Givær as well, you will see the harbor has been developed because we have methods now to try to deal with nature and form nature in our as we like it. So in the case of Bodø, the harbor was developed into new quarters where you can today find the cultural house and the concert hall and the library. And this is a way that people actually behaved, actually trying to shape the landscape. Now, today it's actually cultural heritage. It's the old steamship dock. But the distribution of people changed, as you also can see. Most of the people lived as fish farmers in the northern parts of Norway. This is the national level, but North Norway was quite similar. So you can see until the 1960s, people were actually living in rural areas in Norway. So people are not used to live in densely populated areas in Norway. My parents came from a fish farm. My grandparents lived like fish farmers. So most people in northern parts of Norway lived like fish farmers for 2 generations or 3 generations ago, as you can see. And this have been changing the complete landscape of Nordland County, for instance. As you can see, now we can find densely populated areas. Most people, 71% of the population in Nordland County is living in densely populated areas, even though they are small. There are small, densely populated areas with less than 500 people, but more than 200 people living together. Small places like 500 to 1,000 people, but most of the places are inhabited by people living in more urban areas than before. So this has completely changed the output of the landscape of Nordland County. Another aspect is that we have completely changed the coastal landscape by, and this is probably one of the worst examples. It's not from northern parts of Norway. It's from Brevik in the southern parts in Telemark, where you can see the coastal town is laying there, where the ferry used to cross the fjord, and the shopping mall along the main road, completely changing everything, all the functions of the former town, moving it out of the former town in along the roads, because the transport has been changing so radically. We have changed our way of transporting people from the sea and to the road, and this has completely changed the way we see the urban landscape today. So we are using huge areas for other purposes than before, like parking lots, shopping malls, and so on. So, and then we also have lost the idea of how we were normally living along the coast, using the coastal landscape, adapting to climate, adapting to nature, and so on. So we have lost this idea, and I have some examples of how, for instance, Bodø has been developed. You can see the post-war Bodø that was bombed by the Germans 27th of May 1940. And then we can see the reconstruction of the town, quite modest, quite strongly regulated due to the idea of climate, sun, the angle of the sun, and so on. Not too high houses, because one wanted to distribute the sun evenly. And then we got this. I hope Gisle Jakelen isn't here. But he has been one of the contributors as well as architect, of course. So as you can see how we are, because the best areas, the most profitable areas to develop today is along the harbors. The most expensive areas in towns today are along the harbors. And you can see even small towns like Ørnes are doing the same. For instance. And then we have tourism, where they place this, where this cabin was put up, and of course the architect just produced the house. But he didn't know where they were going to put it. And of course, it was the best place to put it was along the sea, on the most stricken place in Lofoten, and at the first autumn storm, and it wasn't very well fundamented, as you say, it was suddenly there. And the French family, they survived, luckily. They were inside, and the house just flew. And that's not the architect's fault, but this is a terrible way of managing or to adapting to the coastal areas where people are trying to make new activities because it's attractive to place things along the coast. But they don't have the knowledge, or they tend to be completely useless when it comes to the knowledge about how to build. So, but this... But the interesting thing is actually that when it comes to modernization, when it comes to centrality, it's important for Givær, paradoxically, that it's close to a central place. Because you have access to all the facilities. If Olaug wants to buy soft ice, you can go to town. If the kids want to go to school, they can use the new modern boat. Because with the old steamships, it would have been impossible for them to go to school because it's so slow. So that's a paradox. So there is still a population here because it's adaptation to modern economy and welfare institutions making it possible to live here. And also take advantage of the town of Bodø. So it makes commuting possible for hospital visits, to reach a plane to Oslo or a train connection to Trondheim, or to go to town and have important errands. So for people to Givær, it also gives access to Helligvær and the school, with the kindergarten, the after-school program, lectures and leisure activities. So you can see that the modern day combinations like farming and income from employment still is an option in combination with farming. Olaug and Sølvi have for years kept their sheep, while the men have kept on fishing or commuted for work other places, while the kids have been sent to school in Helligvær or by modern technology. The resilience has been important also for maintenance of the cultural landscape here at Givær. And the way the built environment has been taken care of is due to that there have been people living here. That's so important. And another project is actually this project of developing the harbor. Some years ago, the municipality, and together with the preservation authorities, tried to secure the harbor for future climate change. For instance, higher tides, stronger storms, by closing the gaps here to make it possible for people to have a proper harbor here and to make a living out of fisheries, to deepen and trying to secure the harbor here. That was the project that was finished some years ago. So you will see that these kind of activities that's adapting to trying to make it possible for people to do what they usually want to do here and provide for them to make a living here. And that has been, I think, really important for also to protect the cultural heritage in this region. So that was my last word. Thank you.
Oh, those university people, 40 minutes, yeah.
40?
Almost. One quick question if somebody wants to have. No comments. Okay, maybe then later. It was absolutely amazing and interesting. A comment, yeah.
Thanks so much. Really interesting to that whole historical shift here, and a comment you've made both in your presentation and also in our individual talks was the importance of having people living for heritage preservation. Is that something you could elaborate a bit upon, and what that actually, what that means in the Bodø context or in its archipelago context? Thank you.
Yeah, we had, when we, I'm part of Fortidsminneforeninga, and we were discussing some years ago how to protect the old fishermen's cottages there. We decided to have this close cooperation with the locals and discuss with them how to deal with, for instance, further development on this island. How do people who want to build a cabin here, where can they build a cabin? Yeah, then we decided to part the island into different zones, like in a city, like regulating things. So we regulated the area, the preserved area is there, and if people want to build a cabin, they can build it here. So, and the communication with the locals were really important. When it comes to the harbor development, it was as well. It was really important to have a good communication with the harbor authorities of Bodø, the municipality, to the national harbor authorities, to be prioritized, just to say that we have fishermen here wanting to live here, stay here, and use this place to fisheries. It's the natural environment of doing that. And they were heard, and they were prioritized, and they were used some money on the harbor development here, securing the harbor. So it's so important to have this dialogue. So your points actually about dialogue and communication and democracy and transparency and all that, those things are so interesting. And in this case, you can see them playing out in this local community. And you will hear it from Olaug as well when it comes to putting up important things that we have to be commonly decide on this in this community. So, for instance, about the boats and the boat route to the school.
About the national resources, the natural resources in the islands and the coastline, I recently heard that the best grass quality in Norway is in Troms, and the second best is in Nordland. So it's a good place to grow sheep, for example. It's easy to find a landscape for the sheep, and when the sheep are gone, the nature changes quite a lot. So we should stimulate keeping sheep in the coastline area. And like in the islands, there are no predators, no wolverines who are killing lots of lambs and reindeers in the inland. At the coastline, there are none, or especially not in the islands. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I agree with you, definitely. It's important that it protects the cultural landscape, definitely. So you will see that some places here, remote areas, the cultural landscape is still vital and protected and taken care of. That's important.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It was absolutely amazing. I am very happy to present my relative language, Finland. Conservation architect who is taking care of World Heritage Site Suomenlinna, and there is a very, very good cooperation with local communities, and Cooperation Council is really working there. But the coastline of Finland has the same strong pressure to build and to develop, and Marianne Lehtimägi is fighting to preserve these areas. You are so welcome. Thank you.
So, greetings from the Baltic Sea region. I'm telling now you about the maritime spatial planning process, which took place 1720 in this region, and out of there I'm trying to explain how we try to get our feet in to have also heritage and coastal heritage, underwater heritage noticed in this very heavy and business-orientated process. Okay, let me see, I try to, no, yes. So, this we have been listening and talking here already, that there is an ongoing, let's say, industrialization, or we could even call colonialization of the seas. And that what used to be small scale and adopted to the area, it's becoming larger, more intensive, more profit orientated, and it's affecting us all. I think that Norway have in many cases been like kind of pioneer in this area with these issues. So this is also the case in the Baltic Sea region. And why the heritage sector wanted to be involved when the European Union launched a directive on maritime spatial planning 2014, that every EU member country shall make a maritime, who has coastal lines, should make a maritime plans negotiating with their neighbors by 2020. And we have had Baltic Sea region cooperation on heritage between the state agencies on heritage since the fall of the Iron Curtain, so since the end of the 1990s. And the first working groups which were established were the Coastal Culture Working Group and Underwater Heritage Working Group. And then was maintenance in practice, the traditional building materials and maintenance in practice, and historic towns, and most of them are situated on the coastlines. So, the Baltic Sea, there is no yet wood-eating organism, which means that the wooden wrecks are preserved, and it's estimated that there is about 100,000 wrecks. It is the one result of this cooperation with the state agencies and their registers of the wrecks. And reason for that is that the same as here in Norway, that the waterways were the ways to be connected. And there has been connection since directly after Ice Age, and from that we have different levels of heritage on the underwater, but also on the shore and inland, because this uplift of the earth. So, and now today we know much better, and we can seek in the right places that we find Viking ships in the earth inside the Estonian country or countryside or whatever. And there are these different levels, and I think for me this was interesting finding that Sweden, which unfortunately we didn't get on board on this project, only consulted also Norway, that actually why Sweden is the Swedish Empire, why it is so central. It is that Sweden has sea borders with all the countries on this region. So it's very easy that they have the power and the means to rule they had. And then when Russia, St. Petersburg was established in the beginning of the 18th century, they took the power of the region. We got on board for this Baltic project, Denmark, Germany, Poland, Russia, even though it's not EU member, Lithuania with very short coastal line, Estonia, and Finland. And they really are very different kind of countries in the heritage administration. And there is, for Germany, Mecklenburg-Vorpommern and Schleswig-Holstein were made these states, and Poland and Lithuania, Estonia. The Cold War period was the place when the access to the coast and island and seas was forbidden because they were military area. It also meant a lot that how was the perception of the and how for this coastal heritage. I'm not going through all these different national processes. I'm going to speak about the Finnish one, but I'd like to show this Estonian from the Estonian process one picture, because in Estonia it was also very much done with the local people during that process, interviews and discussions, workshops, and listening to the people, their wishes and ideas for this maritime spatial planning. And Estonia is different from the other post-Soviet countries, that you have open registers online on everything, on underwater heritage, and it's also visible that it's a way that the people feel that it's their own and they can take part to the planning, how to do it, how to work with that. But in the Finnish maritime spatial planning process, we wanted to make a strategic plan, not binding, because we didn't want that EU has something to say in our waters. But at the same time, we wanted to make somehow smart choices, and we wanted to involve experts and population to discuss. And the objectives were blue growth, as it is in the European Union, and the state on environment. No, they are not, they can be conflicting. So it's about the balance, what does it mean? And it was, it started the process that it was 3 scenarios were made, and it was by interviewing and making inquiries with very high top-level presidents, former presidents, to experts, to different kind of people, asking about how they see the Finnish waters, what is happening in 2050. And there is a good report on that. It was very comprehensive, but in short you can say that there's 3 scenarios. It's like dancing with the big business, which means that the environmental issues are neglected. It's about the profit and benefit, and it's very fragmented, the development. Then there is the growing tension, military tensions in the Baltic Sea, and it means especially to Russia, how it deals with the other areas in the Baltic Sea. And then there is the third one, that it is the environmental development which continues. And it was said that none of this will be realized as such, but probably something of this, every one of these, each of these. But when we were then discussing in the expert, let's say to a mathematics group and in the locally in different regions on this, and on the team-based reviews, it was clear that people wanted to discuss and have visions of this best environmental solution. We found it difficult to think, what about then if the Russian is disturbing, and what about them then, how do you deal with the heritage when the big businesses are taking the rule of what's happening on the seaside? And then there was the discussions, the team were in environment and conditions, fishing and aquaculture, and tourism. And actually, heritage is in all of them, heritage issues. So it was asked from us to to make a state report, all this also in other sectors. They were saying from this MSP regional planning authorities that please make us 2 pages, 10 pages about what is the state of coastal underwater heritage in Finland. It was the Finnish Heritage Agency, and then we were asking the regional museums, and we came up with 70 pages of a report. And it was a good report, but it was too much in a way. I think that it was also, we should be able to make an, let's say, elevation speech, that we in 3 minutes, we confirm to people that heritage is important and you have to take care of it. But we were not able to do it. But these authorities, I think that they were they could make like not text, but pictures on that. And this is now very small scale, these pictures, but this is like the state what is now, and then what was our visions. And we are now thinking on the spatial terms, that there is this land uplift, which means that there are archaeological and architectural sites there deep inland to be found. There are rivers as let's say pathways to history, and then there are industrial heritage on the shorelines and rapids and on these rivers. There are historical fishing, sailing ports and harbors. There are former marine bays. There are burial sites on islands linked with the prehistory. And there is villa culture outside the towns. There are fishermen settlements. There are historical shipping roads. There are daymarks and landmarks. There are island villages and settlements with traditional livelihood and biotope. There are fishing and hunting reminiscence, and there are lighthouses. And what we forgot, but there is also military defense structures. So there is a kind of heritage ecosystem, or which is telling about the coastal heritage. And then the visions were telling what does it mean if we want to preserve it, what kind of tourists we have to, in the planning, think about the livelihoods, about how to develop tourism, about how to make data or collect and documentation, inventories, relation to underwater heritage, and how to make this. It was a very good term I picked up today, this living environment as a cultural environment. And this was something that we felt that by this visualization and documentation and processes, we got also the other sectors, in a way, take into consideration that there are values, there are preservation values to take into consideration when they are thinking where to place different kind of new uses. And then there was the other understanding was this, that we have to and it's of course it's in the time, to think about the nature values and the culture values, and how to combine them and how to think in those terms, that we are one part in the ecosystem, that we are benefiting them and they are benefiting us, and so that there is this kind of understanding and enough knowledge to take care of the marine environment when we are thinking about the heritage. Now, I think that in large, the heritage role or task or could be that we can show inside in this kind of competing businesses that heritage, that water, it connects us, and culture unites us, and it's important. Now this is Olaus Magnus 1531, first marine map of the northern countries, and it was done because to have the sea roads, to understand how the sea roads go. And this I found really nice. If you go to Finland, so visit the Rahe Museum. It's a diving suite from 18th century, and it really could be somewhere here. One of the and this is now I think that this is now our area. How it was visualized. So the histories and visions both can integrate us if we are working with them together. And this is now my my last somehow the result or lessons learned out of this process, that we have one planet, we have one sea, and we share the future. So it's up to us how deeply we want to share this, how deeply we want to take respect of this future. And this is an Estonian cultural landscape coaster. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marianne. I like especially the second last picture where you gave us a lighthouse to the future, our cooperation for our good future. Marianne is one of our international family. She's president of ICOMOS Finland. Are there any questions or comments to Marianne? There was. Yes?
We ask questions all the time, but fascinating.
Very good that you are there.
No, but I found it really interesting to see how you said.
The second one.
You mentioned these three different scenarios, but also the difficulty of reducing the complexity in a 10-pager, basically. Could you elaborate a bit more about sort of where heritage fitted in and where in the three scenarios you mentioned? Can we maybe go back to that slide if possible?
No, actually, you can. Yes, these were the three scenarios. Let's see, it's vielä ylös. This. No, I got here. No, here. Yes, these are the three scenarios. So these big businesses, tension, military tension, and the Baltic Sea. Let's say environmental, and if we think of this, so in our MSP we were dividing this Gulf of Finland, this archipelago, and north, and this is now the Russia for us. So it meant that if we have this environmental development, it means that we can develop or think about the development in all coastal areas on their premises. But if there comes military tensions, it means that somehow we will silence this. So nothing is happening which can be dangerous, which can be harmed, and we are taking things, we are like closing inside only towards Sweden. Yeah. And then if the big business takes power we are not to decide. We are just trying to protect and protect the environment. And so it is then they who decide where the big cruises go, where the big plants are. And so it's not anymore up to us. And it's very difficult to plan what happens to the coastal communities and heritage. That's the. So I think that it was also like awareness raising by these discussions.
Thank you so much. Then it's a pleasure to it's a pleasure to introduce the next two speakers. There's also again the president of ICOMOS, and this time from Estonia. ICOMOS is a world network of professionals and experts in cultural heritage, also experter I kulturarv, ulike ting. And then we'll introduce Ave Paulus, who has good connections to Norway and also are working there with the National Parks and Environmental Ministry of Estonia.
Climate Ministry now.
Climate Ministry of Estonia. And then man, Mr. Tarvi, please come forward. Tarvi Wellström, so both a fisherman, responsible for a harbor in Estonia, and also work in the Estonian Maritime Administration, the kind of institutions that Marianne was speaking about. And to compare with Norway, for you Norwegians, it means that Tarvi work in Kystverket. So welcome.
Yeah. The same business as Olaug's husband is working. Where we start? We start from the same Baltic Sea coast that we both live in. On the north side of the Baltic Sea, of the Finnish Gulf, like 30 nautical miles or 50 nautical miles. 40 nautical miles is Finland. And we are on the south coast of Finnish Gulf. And Lahemaa National Park, a state-protected coastal landscape of 74 coastal villages, is there as well. And from 1971. And the protection aim of that area is among nature, cultural heritage, cultural landscapes. And as it comes to Lahemaa National Park Rules 2015, it is specifically mentioned that fishing traditions is state conservation aim of that national park. And agricultural use of landscape, settlement structure, vernacular architecture, and folk culture. And that in the state protected area, fishing traditions have specific protection targets has been the work of joint work of us all for like at least 6 years. So very hard one. And Lahemaa National Park management plan that actually is this plan how we protect that area involves in the section traditional lifestyle and crafts, traditional fisheries, traditional nature use, traditional forestry, and they are actually all connected because everything made of wood is connected with knowledge and is connected with forest. We did it together with local communities, and local communities are not just stakeholders. They hold the rights of the heritage. Both Norway and Estonia have the ratified FARA Convention, European FARA Convention from 2005 on the importance of heritage communities as it comes to cultural heritage preservation. And there is like one-to-one said that who owns and holds the heritage is heritage community. And it is not just that we talk to them. They have concrete rights as the individuals of that community members, and as a community, as a group. And individual rights is like in the typical way, rights to use, cultural rights and property rights. But rights of the community are not so much implemented in European legislation because they are connected with customary rights. They are much more actually written into Norwegian legislation because you have historical rights as to comes to the coastal nature use, for example. But basically it is about constitutive rights, procedural rights and exclusive rights. But as it comes to the fishery, we have the historical fishing rights in European Union that can be implemented on the country level, and that was the solution that we came up finally as it how we protect traditional coastal fisheries in Lahemaa as well. The Cooperation Council, when we were making the regulations and management plan, then the voice of the local communities, 10,000 landowners, was so strong that we established Cooperation Council that is actually, as to the state, it is an advisory body. But as it comes to cultural heritage, you cannot do if you don't have the agreement with locals much there. And that means that right holders is local community, and they are those who actually have property. No, in our Cooperation Council, it is those who have properties there, and those who have said these village elders or those village societies who have said that represent the village or the area or regional area, and there are some regional area groups too, as to the Juminda region or Pärispea region or so. And heritage communities, they are of space, these local communities, and of practice, as it comes to, for example, boat building or shipbuilding. It is boat builders and shipbuilders. And of interest, that is, for example, heritage experts who are community of interest, but whose voice can be very disturbing. For example, in the case of ICOMOS, that I'm president in Estonia, when it comes to the watermill cases or hydroelectric power plants of historical value, I must say, so sorry, I am not taking part in this discussion because ICOMOS is going against the environmental board in these cases. But as it comes to traditional fisheries, tangible heritage, intangible heritage, nature use. It is all these traditional fisheries that are state level protected is about both immovable objects, about movable objects, rights connected to that, heritage values of traditional knowledge, skills and crafts, and use of fishing stock, fishing methods, and fishing areas and routes. And what has been the most amazing in this process of making this management plan and so was that the most important seemed for the people exactly this language, these traditions, these habits connected with heritage. This language, more than no, you know, about building rights, you can endlessly talk about building rights. Is it 60 square meters, is it 40 square meters, is it 200, you know? But what really touches actually these traditions is the language that people speak. So actually, as a result of all these discussions about concrete heritage values, coastal people redefined again themselves as Pohiranna cultural space people, because during Soviet occupation period, now you know, this language and culture bit was heavily pressed. And exactly this traditional knowledge connected with fishing and so on. It is not something that you can put on the map and show to everyone. It is like in the Finnish Sami area that Sida knows. They have the layer, they don't talk about it outside, but they put the regulations, you know, you cannot do that because it is reindeer passing route or so. That is very important aspect. And one other part of that was that during that process, exactly the memoryscapes these traditional knowledge places and stories connected with them that were not of delicate information ended up in the as cooperation project with the local, very, very massive local movement was behind that that this layer is part of this actual material heritage too. One outcome of that was that exactly this already dead tradition of wooden boat making, clinker boat making, of Viislaid clinker boat, that is very specific because of its peculiar shape to the Lahemaa area, has been revived, and now we have a new boat of that type there. And boat building traditions. And as one outcome of that as it comes to the regulation of boat building and shipbuilding, you cannot build traditional ship unless it is a replica or copy. But what we have managed to do in 2023 now to the legislation was that the type, ship type or boat type is as an exclusion, and which has been built using construction materials or similar to the original, not only copies, but actually you can, now in Estonian regulation, you can build, follow the tradition of type, and this is a first guy, my very good friend, and I'm the member of the crew of that ship, having that license that this ship is now registered as a historical ship type register. Coastal settlement structures, it is juicy area. We have coastal protection zones and how to keep that heritage in the changing world is of course of the most hot debate things. We have 800 building applications per year in Lahemaa, and it is massive. Pressure to that area. But we have very good protection, and that is good.
Too good.
Too good. And of course, when you have coastal villages, you must have the access to the sea. You must have that infrastructure that promotes the connection to the sea, that these places don't turn to the inwards, but actually have this outward, exactly connecting with the sea aspect there. For example, boat landing places in Viinistu, one of these many villages. And boat sheds and net sheds, how to preserve that tradition that is a bit changing. So when I tell this small story, then Tarvi came to me with, he wants to build a boat shed. You can tell yourself.
I don't remember.
No, I want to build a boat shed. I was, no, you know, you need to have that. You can tell. No, I really want to build a boat shed, not as, structure or something that I have cafeteria inside or so. Oh, it is for nets and boats, really no. But it is quite rare to have that people really want to have the boat sheds where they can dry nets and keep their boats, but they probably normal-wise come with some kind of summer cottage thing, and then you must say that it is not allowed. So on this coastline, we have several layers of material and immaterial heritage, and how to keep that balance is exactly only with local communities. And now I have the picture of one of these 74 villages, Hara, and next to me is a traditional fisherman of Hara, so I give floor to you, because how to protect Lahemaa National Park traditional fishing as nature use has been your mission.
It's more or less mission, yes, but today it's a hobby, and I fishing almost every day. We fishing nets like this type. They are almost 7-8 meters high and 200-250 meters long, and it's for herring and mainly salmon, wild salmon. this one, this picture before we put it to the sea, it's huge, big amount of them, and these nets after the 1 month, we take out these nets by hand to the boat, but in the harbor we use excavator. It weight about 3-4 tons. And in the sea, the nets is like this. If you had question, you can yes, if somebody ask. Springtime we get Baltic herring. This is not usual. Usually we get some 100 kilos. Here is more. This is season. Then we smoke it and sell it in the harbor. We have traditional smoke box made by wood. Usually other villages the smoke box made by stone or metal. Later we catch salmon. There is some eel, I see, and ma ei tea, mis ohvenas on. I don't know. This the other fish. I don't know how to spell. Okay. Later is we catch some bigger salmon, and this one walking to the local restaurant. Saturday morning we make some market with fresh fish, and here we take out or away from the sea these nets. And that's it.
No, but you wanted to talk about that.
Okay, here is in Finnish golf is not enough oxygen in there, and this is a bigger problem. And other thing is the red and green. There is all ships, and they're waiting when they get the permission to proceed Russia ports, and there they stay weeks, and it's a kind of small city in this Gulf.
Small city, it is in New York because they are oil tankers, so I know more and more. So it is. And on this bottom there are actually 64 wrecks of you mean the battle wrecks together with 15,000 people buried under there as the largest, the biggest battle, and these ships are just dragging these
wrecks.
And in the Dead Sea, where below 60 meters, it is now, as there hasn't been any change of fresh water flow into Baltic Sea, exactly Finnish Gulf is now part of the Dead Sea zone. And that is a major change now in the environment. That actually, so that our next speaker will tell how many he's a coastal fisherman too. So he tells how many fish he got last year. But how many you got?
herring about 5 tons, and salmon I think 300 kilos something.
But you are now one of the biggest
No.
in the area. No, not anymore.
No,
No, historical.
it's not the issue.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Are there any questions? Yeah.
Thanks so much, and wonderful to see how the fisher rights issues were consolidated in Lahemaa finally, and working. Against big drivers like oxygen, dead zones, and so on appearing, do networks of local fishers and marine protected areas as environmental authorities, can they have any say on that, or are the drivers behind that so big that there's, you're up against something too big, or what's your take on that?
I'm afraid it's too big.
It's too big because at the moment there is no, as it comes to these oil tankers and so on, the situation in Finnish Gulf is a bit hot because of the Russian invasion into Ukraine too. So they are changing the borders there at the moment. So yeah, there are much bigger issues at the moment. But as it comes to the environmental situation of the Baltic Sea, it is under constant surveillance. But at the same time, exactly the threat, what is the impact of actually wind power plants in marine areas there? And there are plans about that are up. So when on top of that the wind power plants come to the sea, it can be all this turning point there. But it is not good at the moment as it comes to the Baltic Sea. But
Okay, thank you.
thank you. And just to continue with the same coastline, together with Kai Linde and Hannes Eljasöter, one Estonian guy was sailing here with Nuland boat. I'm happy to present architects and local fisherman Ülarmark.
Hello. The local fisherman is a little bit too much to say, but I would say to comment of this fishing situation. Last 16 years I have been in this fishing. I'm not a fisherman, but I'm used to fishing with neighbors. That one is asking to the other, let's go, and then we go together. And last 16 years, I think it's like 20 times less fish. Because we got kind of 5, 6 salmon or something, and now we go, we just put 5 times a net, like 30 meters net, and you get nothing, like 5 times, and then 6 times you get 1 or 2. So I don't know what is exactly, but the talk about the village people who living there were long, they saying that 1950s and 1960s is basically like they just go to water like this size and hit and just took often. Who is what the fish is? Bass. Well, yeah, bass. Whatever. They just took them 1, 2, 3, 4, and then enough, and let's go home. So it's changed a lot. I have to put it on the view full screen. Full screen on slideshow, ma arvan, et panna. Yeah. Okay, I'm starting with I really see the culture in this coastline is very much connected from the Hanseatic time, and why there is so many ships, it's because of all the coastline of it was a part of the trade, and even 100 years ago, 200 years ago, there was also service for when they built the St. Petersburg here, then they took from Estonian coast these granite stones and wood and more material. So and before, that's all, of course, after Hanseatic League, but during the Hanseatic League there was trade, and after that it was trade. And of course, you know that 1940s just cut it off completely. Zero from. And this is a Lahemaa, and just the place I'm talking about. This is a farmhouse here in Lahemaa National Park. I was talking, and I'm just going to this more exactly. Maybe it's more nice to show like this. This is the farm complex, which is actually divided during the last 30 years. It was divided and sold out one piece of it, and one piece of it. So, but the rest of it is historical. And this is the neighbors, and this is a fisherman house I'm talking, and to think about this small village, we have kind of 7 houses here, but in this point here, I think there is like 20 or more, 24 I think. Once I tried to read how many of these landing points of the ships, it means that all the guys from around came, and they had their places to stop, either a fish house or just for the ground. And I will show historical build. This is from the sea, my farm, and this is from the roof, what I'm fixing. And this is, I will not talk about longer, I think, about this, but it's, these are, because of very poor land, it's not so bad as here, but it actually is saying that you can't grow too much things. So they had really necessary things, and all these houses are quite small, and they deal more about fish and trade and things. So it's so small units, but it's just for their own family. They are not agricultural units. So, but the big change, not talking about now I'm jumping from Hanseatic time to a few hundred years ago, and then the Soviet Union came, but today what is really happening in village compared to, this is my daughter sitting in our courtyard reading a book. I think this is different, that you have agriculture and fishermen and traders and things, and they used all the buildings, but then now the young generation is coming, just maybe he goes outside to read a book, because usually he's inside of house. When she was a teenager, then no, we don't go out, I don't know, it's okay. And then it's just, and that's really different of using all this environment. I think it's still in the change. I think now I'm talking today's situation also. I think it's question here, if you're not using buildings and sea and tradition, then it's very hard to be alive, keep alive. And that's why I'm an architect, but more or less I'm talking about not architecture, because I think this is a part of what brings one point of architecture also into play, but it's more or less the society who is in the village. And because I'm from this Naturi village, then I'm talking what we did. And actually, yesterday I said I had a crazy neighbor, but somebody asked, is it really bad like always? No, it's opposite. The crazy neighbor is a guy who, or the woman who is leading this our village action. So it's just working all the time with all different projects. And you can see the stone, which is first mentioning a Naturi village, 1464. Was the first mentioning, and also 1464 was the first mentioning of my farmhouse, which is called Mardi, and it has been since. And what is really strange, it have been on 1460 is until 20 years ago when I brought it, have been in one family. so I was the first one move out from this family. I mean, so it's have been long time with some almost 500 years in one family. But what we did, once we made this stone because there was a jubileum of mentioning Natturi, and then we made our own flag, and the flag consists of the family marks. So all the villages family marks, and this is, and we then one person wrote our own song. We're singing our own song of this flag, and these are the family marks. And now comes nice point. This is my family mark here, and you can see here my family mark. Kai, are you here? And I sitting to your boat and showing to your boat, this is iron, throwing. Yeah, and that is the same sign in this. I don't know why the sign is in your, but it's the same sign as my family farmhouse. I think a few hundred years ago somebody took it, and you're using mine, and so I take it back. You can go to his boat and you will see it's there. That's. Yeah, and that's why these family marks are, that if somebody took it, then even later you can bring it. Maybe I can take all the boat, maybe. Yeah. Okay, that's, and then what we always organize these family marks, kind of every farm has their, and some new farms we have, they invented a new one. But then we had a workshop this summer to make this our own signs. Everybody's make by hand these marks into. The name is printed, but then we using. So these are. I showed this sky photo of where the houses were, these boat houses, and it's now 1974, and you can see here this some fence, and all these was fenced basically, all the coastline. They could go fishing here, some of them, only few I think, I don't know exactly, but there were only very few. But nobody from the village couldn't get there. Even to get my farmhouse was, you have to have a provement that you're going so close to the sea. Can you imagine that tens of kilometers of sea coast is basically closed because of you can get the way to the Finland, to the paradise. So and what is it's doing to the local way of living when they have hundreds of years connected to the sea. So and this is one now it's only two of them. They are, of course, some of them are mostly the same time part of it, but mostly they are new. I think built tens of years ago. But what happens in once what the village people said also, that it's very well, I think I will show this picture. It's very well orientated so that when there is a storm, the storm is usually coming from this way, and then it's wave barrier here. So it's very close to sea, and high waves don't destroy it. And when the wind is the other side, then the water goes almost 1 meter lower, and then they will not destroy it. But what happens, I think 8 years ago or 10 years ago, I think it's climate change, because the locals said that it never have been here, these kind of things. The storm started, and then the storm made a high water here, and then turned 120 degrees, and the water was still high, and then they hit to this one, and then just took some of them out. It's very unusual, they said. And this is, the pictures are taken in the 74, and this is a new picture last summer, I think. You can see, oh, maybe you can't see, but it's two of them are here in the middle of emptiness. And these pictures are taken from the top of the border guard watching tower, which is, these are one, again, these one there. And one thing's what we did, because it's growing, all the grass is growing around. This is state-owned land here around, but all the rest is divided. So when it was a big job together with again the crazy neighbor was started, but actually she took all the work. I just thought that it would be a good idea to do it. And then they took these animals, and now we have, what was very important, that all the neighbors agreed that they can use their lands. So it's not a problem actually, only around the house is kind of gated. So, and it's much better now that it's not growing filled with nature. And this is a next project, and it's a military object. The boat houses are here, and we fixed also military house, and even personnel from church came here and made it clear that everything is okay. And what I sent to the picture that what I believe about what should we do, or maybe we can do, is to bring all these old sites. It's even more, because it's the sites I'm talking about, both 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, it's everywhere. So it's to bring them out and understand that you can drive by low boat, because it's water everywhere. It's like 1 meter or 2 meters in a coastline, close to coastline. But the final slide is, I think in Estonia we have to do is, but I took the border here because you feel the more personal touch. When you're driving a car, living here, then actually the water is just a black hole. It's out of somewhere. It doesn't, it's dangerous, it's somewhere. And the other, if you're coming from the sea, then the land is like nothing. There is no roads, no names, nothing, some points. So I think that one thing what to do, we have to kind of the sea life to connect to the land. That's kind of statement now, I think that's it. Thank you.
Any questions? Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Again, thank you. And great entrance, great entrance. We are a bit behind the schedule. There is one other gentleman coming from one other very small island of the Baltic Sea, from Ruhnu Island, where the main thing to do was there, besides fishing, to hunt the seals, yeah. And how it is now there, Mihkel Urmet, architect, will tell.
Hi, yeah. So I'm a salesman of Ruhnu Island, and in the end of this 1 or 2 hour presentation, you will move to Ruhnu Island. Because Ava told me that I can now take all the time I need, right?
5 minutes.
Okay, so basically this lecture or presentation will be about me all the time, and then a little bit about the island buildings, current situation there, and the future of the island. Of course, this about me is a little bit a joke, because all the architects usually like to talk about themselves, even while talking about the buildings or the spaces around them, or the users using the space and the buildings and so on. So let's do it fast. So the dialogue itself between Estonia and Norway, and especially the islands itself, of course, isn't a dialogue, as we already heard today. It's more like a conversation or cooperation. So it's a lot more than just dialogue at the moment, and we all already know it. So I'm not gonna go through this that detail. So as you already saw, I think from a Finnish presentation, there used to be, like, on 1539 one map of the surroundings of Ruhnu Island, which is really famous, and it showed all the traffic routes and everything. Okay, maybe you don't know it as the map of Ruhnu Island. You know it probably by the name Carta Marina, but there is actually Ruhnu also on this, in the corner of this map here. So I was told that it's like a really huge island we have there. It's a little bit bigger than the island we are on, but it's, as you probably know, the ones who are from the island, this island mentality and the culture and everything is a little bit different. It has, every island has its own, like, personality, like genius loci, or the spirit of a place, and even if you change the population or whatever on the island, it still stays. So here I am talking about the spirit of Ruhnu, and it will be affected a lot about the situation of the island, because it is the most not rural, but the most remote island in Estonia. Basically, you can go. It's in the middle of. It's here if you can't see it on the map. It's in the middle of Gulf of Riga, and it has, like, next to the island, really deep area where all the shipwrecks are, where I'm usually fishing. So the distances to major cities are around, like, 100 kilometers. So if I take out my boat to go shopping or try to reach the mainland, it takes me quite a lot of hours to get there. But still the connection with the mainland is pretty strong, but we don't have this feeling like you have here, that you can see actually the neighboring islands or the mainland or anything. For us, the rest of the world doesn't really exist, because we don't see it. We only hear about it, we see it from internet or on our cell phones, but it doesn't, like, visually, we can't feel it. So we are, like, kind of cut off from the world, so we can concentrate maybe more on our island. But at the same time, like, we feel that like, all this Gulf of Riga here is like our front yard, while the whole Baltic Sea is our backyard, where we feel that we can freely go there and use it. So the island is 12 square kilometers, so it's not, like, really huge, but still everyone has a car there already for some reason. And architecturally, the only village on the island is situated in the middle of the island to protect it from the winds. And all the main buildings were also, like, north-south oriented because of main winds. And this isn't the current map of a village, of course. It's how it used to be in 1800s. But like, some of this structure still remains. So it's like a grid of really strange roads and pathways, and basically people just cooperating on every corner there. The name of this island, Ruhnu, is in Swedish it's Runö, Run being Ö being the island, and Run being maybe the rune letters we are using for our family letters or like household markings, like Ular had also. But in our case, it was also that sometimes farms divided, or some people moved away or something. And it was also the name and the family mark was really closely connected. So if you moved out of Ruhnu, you had to change your surname, actually, because it was the name of a farm usually, and it stayed there. So quite a lot of people who had to move out of Ruhnu were then renamed also. But yeah, when the house divided, they, like for example, when there was like 2 farms later on, then they added some marks. But also in our case in Ruhnu, you had a number for a farm, because like if you saw on previous, the numbers were also used to map out all the territories on the island, and even the fishing territories around the island that those farms were connected to. And now, like a couple of buildings on the island. The island has like a lot of things going on, so I'm just keeping it short and telling you like a couple of buildings. One of the most interesting is a school building which we just renovated a couple of years ago. It belongs to a church, and it's an old clergy house, so there was like religious teachings going on there already for centuries. And behind it we have a tennis court and some sports activities all around. So it's a fun place to grow kids. And I think that's also like one of the reasons why Ruhnu Island is still there, and it's still habited, because if you have like kids on the island and the school, then you have like some kind of, you can like believe in the future as well. Otherwise, like if everyone has to move out of the island, then there wouldn't be much future. And in our case, you can't go in the morning to school and come back in the afternoon, because distances are like too long already. The other building, which is an interesting building, but it hasn't survived, unfortunately, was a prison called also a ship house. So in this prison in Ruhnu, we had this thing that if you like really, and I think only like in some crimes you were like actually you had to go to prison. Usually the prison sentence was like 24 hours. There wasn't a lock on the prison or anything, because everyone saw you in a village if you're not there. And also like if you really had to work somewhere, then you don't have to go to prison, because you have to work, and then after that you'll do your sentence. But it's like one funny building which we will maybe like we can't restore it anymore, but maybe we'll make a copy of it in the future, because there is like some visitors on the island who I think should have this experience as well. Then most of the building, as you saw earlier on the map, were like those like long houses, and every farm had this main house, this long house, which was usually like over 40 meters long, and around it all the surroundings were all sheds and barns and saunas and all those buildings. So they form kind of like their own rectangular courtyard. Nowadays only one is actually preserved and saved in a condition it might have been in the past, and it's used as a museum and exhibition space at the moment. And as you can see from the funny shape of the roof, it has like this hump on it. It wasn't like a building error, it's actually, it has a meaning on it also. Like when heating a building, they didn't have like chimneys for the fireplaces, so it was the place where the smoke actually came out of the house. And the building was built from like different sections, some of them for living, some like for working, some for hay and so on. So it's like a really complex building. Then one of the oldest buildings, and I think it's the oldest wooden building in the Baltics actually, is our wooden church, which is next to the bigger and a little bit younger stone church is Ruhnu wooden old church, which was completed actually on 1643, but I think it was completed in the middle of a winter or something, because then it was like baptized on, or I don't know how to say it, like when churches need like to start function, they will be also baptized. So it was baptized on 44, which is usually what we celebrate as a birthday of a church. And it's I think it's also quite a lot made of from wood, which is also like quite dense, which I've seen, and there's like some tricks why it has preserved so long, because we have those insects which are eating wood away, but somehow this church hasn't been eaten away, and I think one of the reasons is that they were using quite a lot of driftwood. Then they had a lot of tar, of course, but also seal oil, which we were using as well, or not we, but the guys who were maintaining the church and building it. So that might be one of the reasons why the church is still up there. But about and those were like a couple of buildings. We have a lot of buildings, but I'm not gonna go over it. But the island itself is like off-grid island, because it's like too far to have a cable to the mainland. So we have our own solar park, our own wind farm, and then actually even a diesel generator like you guys have here. But we're trying to use biodiesel as well to just keep it as green as possible. And then for storing it, we have this battery park. The island itself belongs to this UNESCO Biosphere Reserve area, where basically we are showing and searching for a way how people and nature can survive together, and trying to work out different projects how to show this possibility. And at that moment, we're also like searching all the time for good solutions. As you guys have here on the island, those bird houses are like a really good example how people are living together with nature, and there is like room for both to survive and continue their traditions. And for this, we are at the moment, like last year, we started one project called Ronska, which is about the language of the island. Like everywhere else, usually we're continuing this cultural heritage is preserved also because of the language and understanding of a space. In our case, basically the whole island moved away in 1944 to Sweden, mainly because of World War II and the Soviets occupying Estonia. The people on the island believed that they couldn't live like that anymore, so they all packed their stuff and moved away. And now it's like basically it has cut us off from this historical continuity. And now we are searching for these remains of language to understand the culture more, and mapping it together with 3 universities which are helping us to do it. So maybe in a couple of years we will understand the island a little bit better. We can speak some language, some words of Runska already, which is similar to Swedish and Danish and so on. It's like a Scandinavian hybrid, but it also has developed by itself a lot because it was so remote island. And next time, or first time for most of you, when you visit the island, we can already maybe at least give you some examples of those. You mean this, what she's saying? Yes. It was a poster we set up when we started the project, where we were searching for cooperational partners, because it's basically saving operation is looking for interested parties, and then through this poster and search we found the University of Göteborg, which has like a really good database of Ruhnu culture and some recordings of a language already. Then we have Tartu University, which has this Scandinavistic department, and they have like quite good knowledge of how to map out the language and start developing a system how to maintain it. And then Liivi Institute, which just finished mapping the Liivi language actually in Latvia. And it is closest to us because most of coastline around Ruhnu is an old Liivi area, and there is like some overlapping of culture and of course the words itself as well. So yeah, so here we were just searching for helpers. It's a Ruhnu language saving operation is looking for cooperation partners. Yeah. Yeah. Or like the interested parties or so on. And also like one of our projects at the moment is searching for this way how future of tourism should be actually also maintained and developed. There is a lot of talks about like how many people should be allowed to the island or how it should be presented to the guests of the island. What can we do to make or not to make, but to help the people to understand this, all those layers of the island and the nature and surroundings there. So we have started a lot of like small projects around it already, all the permaculture and eco-friendly this farming, a lot of we are taking part of, for example, this 100 Green Destinations program. We are already doing like a cafeteria where you can taste only the food which is like grown or found or fished out of like local areas and such. So it should be like a taste of Ruhnu in the future maybe. And and the island itself was, it used to be really famous for its seal hunters. So all those seal hunters left their kids and wives at home and went around the Baltic Sea to hunt seals and sell their fat and skin and so on, which we can't do anymore because I guess you can understand why not. It's not allowed. And also, so now we go around Europe just to talk about the seals. But we are also like mapping out those traditions and finding how to still preserve this seal hunting tradition without like too much harming the seals or even hunting them that much. But yeah, we are looking for these connections at the moment as well, how to make it work. And coming from seals to fish, it's also like something we see every day. Like when, like here I'm rowing with my wife to bring out the nets, and as you can, maybe you can't see it from this picture, but they are quite messed up, and that's because of all those seals around our island. Which means that it's not that easy to fish anymore. There isn't much fish, like Givær said, but there is more seal than fish already in our sea. So when you go out fishing, it's mainly for fun and for exercise nowadays, which, as you can see, maybe here, it's not enough yet. But yeah, so coming from this seal and fish culture, we were searching for what's the solution then and where should we go as we can't maintain the seal hunting traditions anymore and work on this. Then as people are turning more and more into vegetarians, then so did we. and we understood this is a map from sea mapping of Estonia, where they mapped out the best seaweed locations. Our island being here, we decided that maybe we should start also Estonia's first seaweed farm, and starting already next spring, we have actually 2 farms in the sea already to start growing 2 different seaweeds, and as you have to find like a reason to grow seaweed as well, you can just like eat it, but you can make products out of it. Then we are at the moment also testing different products and opportunities what to make out of this seaweed, which will be hopefully a new economy of the island and helps us to survive it without shooting all the seals. And as there's no fish, then we can maybe eat the seaweed then. And from here, yeah, we are testing quite a lot these seaweed solutions in the kitchens, of course, but we have a lot of workshops and different kind of solutions which we are testing with friends of us and people coming to the island. For example, we are now building up one residency program, which is also like quite a lot involved with our this seaweed future. So like all sort of chefs or like chemists or whatever artists around the world will be welcome to Ruhnu to start our dialogue how to use the seaweed to build up a new, better future of the island. And the seaweed, it wasn't like actually chosen also like really randomly. It was the other reason for it was that the Baltic Sea is overgrown with nutrients at the moment. So this seaweed farming actually cleans the sea, makes the water less nutrient, and therefore like even maintains the sea a little bit. And the second reason was that around the island there's going to be future wind farms, and those wind farms will need also like different functions, not only to create electricity, which we can't take any part of, as we don't need any, but also they need like different functions. And we thought that our seaweed farming would offer like one opportunity to actually multi-use the farms. So in the future, you are welcome to visit us in Ruhnu and eat some seaweed dishes maybe, which in the future will be interesting. And all this we are running from this NGO called Ruhnu Cultural Space. In front you see one bear, which is like one symbol of the island, because like tens of years ago we had one bear visiting the island, and it's also like a funny thing because in that small island usually there is no bear. So, but yeah, and so you are welcome to visit us. I already brought like one of the first actually products we have designed, and I thought maybe I'll give it to this island so they can test it out. And I know it's a house of prayer, so no alcohol is allowed, but it's a gin made of seaweed in Ruhnu. And I wanted to give it to you, actually, as a present from our island, so you can have a taste of our side. And basically, that's it. Cheers. Thank you.
Unfortunately, no questions, because we are... Yeah. Very quick question.
Now, I wonder how it is with the pollution, because I sailed from Germany to the Riga Bay in the early 19th, 30 years ago. And the biggest impression mine was the black water when we entered the Riga Bay. It was so dirty. You stick your hand in the water, you couldn't see it. I don't want to bathe there. How is it now? And of course to the seaweed too.
Yeah, Riga is quite a huge city already, as you know, probably, and they they used to pollute quite a lot the ocean, especially from all this farming and everything, but also sewage and so on. But nowadays it's getting better and better because there's more consciousness about the environmental impact of those actions. So it is being cleaned. Luckily, on our island, we are like 100 kilometers away, so it's not like that bad. But still, we are also like cleaning the beach daily. Like everyone on the island who's just like walking on a beach, it's really normal for us to also like pick up all the stuff that has floated from other side. So it is a problem, but it is being solved at the moment as well. So I'm hoping for a really good future. Thank you.
Thank you again.
Thank you so much. Very interesting. When I was a small boy, there was a man born in 1887 who lived at the neighbor farm and always often visited us. He was telling these great stories about how they traveled to Lofoten in the winter fishery, and then many of them sailed further from Lofoten to Finnmark, almost to the Russian border, 1,000 kilometers to the north. A lot of great stories told by men. He came home, and then I remember this, among these great stories he had, suddenly one time, and I was 9 years old, and he said, and then we come home in the spring to help the women at the work at the fields. It's a small introduction to the last and next speaker, Mrs. Marit Myhrvold, Marit is an anthropologist and a researcher and has used her professional life to give voice to the Sami people, and now she will give voice to the coastal women. Welcome, Marit.
I have the text on this one. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to organize the table here. So,
Here.
yeah.
Yeah, here, that's here and that's here.
Yeah.
Do you want to move around? Or
No.
do- yeah, okay.
No. So, thanks. And thank you for sitting so calmly when we are going to, actually should have lunch. I am from Bodø, where we all of us know. And, but I live in Tromsø, and every time Bodø/Glimt has won one of their football games, I tease all the Tromsøværinger. Yes. I shall say something general about Sør-Gjeslingan as a fishing village. You can see a picture here. And then about what women tell about life. All in 20 minutes, so I have chosen just a few aspects of life. Health and folk medicine and beliefs, spirituality and religiosity. The photo here is, as I said, from Sør-Gjeslingan, obviously. How it looks like on a nice day when you arrive or leave the fishing village. All other photos you are seeing are also from the fishing village, and they are not always related to what I'm saying. So, but you will get a good visual impression of Sør-Gjeslingan. Let's see. Yes, it functions. The fishing village was protected according to the Cultural Heritage Act in Norway on 1st of October 2010, 14 years ago. And from the start of the conservation process, there has been a significant focus on Sør-Gjeslingan's fishing history and with the fisherman's work and effort and working conditions. There has been less focus on women's lives in the fishing village. Although written sources report on permanent residents hear me say women also, since 1645, and agriculture from the mid-19th century. You can read more about this in the management plan, because I can't go into the history very much. The purpose of the conservation is to take care of the distinctive fishing village of Sør-Gjeslingan as a source of knowledge and experience for today's and future generations. So it is for the future. The human influence is usually an essential element in a cultural environment, but it's not an absolute condition. Areas linked to historical events, tradition and beliefs are also covered by the term cultural environment. Oh, this one I have cut. I've written about this in this one. Yeah. As you can see, Sør-Gjeslingan is a collection of about 80 islands, islets and reefs at the far end of the Folla Sea in Trøndelag in Norway. One can only guess how harsh it can be during the winter storms there. And then some words about history still, yeah. The oldest traces of people can be dated to the Stone Age, 5.5 to 6.5 years ago. But it's not until the first written sources from 1597 that the island is referred to as a fishing village. From 1645, about 400 years, there are permanent residents here. And until 1950, the population increased and was up to 113 inhabitants, 100 more than on Givær today. After that, fewer and fewer people lived permanently, and when a new landowner, this system we had in Norway and other places, when a new landowner in 1969 chose a revival of the compulsory work in the old homestead and tried to revival that in the contracts of the people, the moving accelerated. They did not want to have any of that. Yeah. So the interviews I've done is emphasized on the life in Sør-Gjeslingan while it was a vibrant fishing village. And it's centered around women's work and responsibilities, social relations and social community. It's home and daily life, childhood and youth, farm work and paid work, food and household, health and medicine, religious life, and the major holidays, as well as organizational life and activities. And I can only give you a few aspects of this. The narratives reflect culture, identity, and belonging, and bear witness to a time on what we today call traditional knowledge, when it was a necessary coping skill. Even in the fishing village, it is a physically and geographically limited place. Description of the place will still be able to start from its relationship to other places. Stories about Sør-Gjeslingan will therefore also tell about other places, for example, connection to church events on the mainland. Well, I have been... Okay. It's not the same pictures. When you arrive to the village, you will find that the buildings are very well maintained. This may be because in the conservation process, particular emphasis has been placed on preserving the diversity and distinctive character of the built environment. But the women had another view. One woman said that about the protection process, that the houses is just a facade or backdrop for the life lived in the fishing village. A backdrop for the stories, for the culture and the identity that links them to Sør-Gjeslingan. The stories bind people together, she said, and they also bind people's lives together with the physical environment and structures. So it was said that the conservation authorities have far too little focus on the local intangible cultural heritage. Knowledge of the island's past is important for everyone. Yes, the fisheries are the only industry associated with the place, and without it, there probably would not have been a permanent settlement here. No landowner would have had property and business here, and the place would not have been an interesting one for the Norwegian seaman's mission either. The sea sets the conditions in the form of both opportunities and limitation for business and communication, and is thus a prerequisite for settlement. A photo of Sør-Gjeslingan shows that nature and culture can't be detached. Neither can the landscape and the seascape. And the sea can be both a friend and the sea can be an enemy. The sea that gives and the sea that takes. In a statement from a woman who said, "We say he about the sea and she about Folla." The sea areas are referred to as personal figures, and we do it here also. We say, "He is strong today. He's getting stronger now. Do you hear?" Yeah. And that is the wind. So the sea defines and gives meaning to much life, both in the past and the present at Sør-Gjeslingan. And also the relationship with the landowner and the asymmetric power relations that have prevailed in the local community. And as you see on the photo, it was said that the kids learn to row before they learn to walk. Through play, the children learned to live in a landscape where they had to adapt to both topography and weather conditions. The children, for example, had to learn to handle a boat from childhood. The sea not only provided food, it was also a communication channel. Because the fishing village consists of several inhabited islands, many of the children had to row to get to school. And a woman said that we had to row everywhere, to the shop, to the school, and the post office. I had to row early, but I can't swim. So, and the cows had their own pasture islands where they were grazing in the summer. So in May, the cows were rowed to neighboring islets, and a woman told that we had to row for half an hour there and had the cows in the boat. This comment will briefly summarize what farm life could be like. Because in order to milk the cows, the women had to row to the grazing islets both morning and evening, every day for several months. And this applied regardless of the weather. So, the fishing farming household is an economic adaptation which until the end of the 19th century was common along the entire coast. It lived longer several places. And it had the household as the smallest unit and was dependent on the productive efforts of both women and men. The women had the main responsibility for the farm and the farm work, for the household, children, and the production of food and clothing when the men was fishing. And I was told that it was a tough life for the women. And one said that I looked for my husband many times. In bad weather, wives would stand with binoculars up on a peak and look for their husbands who were with the boats at sea. Being able to predict the weather conditions was vital knowledge. People were good at reading weather signs. The almanac, you call it that in English, the almanac, was the most important book for all of earthly things. And here you see the sculpture, The Sailor's Wife. So before electricity came to Sør-Gjeslingan, all heating and cooking was based on wood stoves. The fuel for the main was mainly fetched from nearby natural resources. In an island climate without forests, peat became an important resource. Turfing is something that several of the women talked about. They said, we cut turf before midsummer. Also, driftwood we collected throughout the whole year. And all the women were of the opinion that installed water and electricity made everyday life both easier and simpler. Actually, a miracle in their lives. So, and it was, of course, the women's work and the animals that needed most water. Because the women were responsible also, before running water in the homes, women were responsible for this and had to get up early and drove for water to a neighboring island before they got this miracle inside. Yes. Let's see if I can. I have to find my text. Yes. One of the women summed up life at Sør-Gjeslingan with the expression, the boat, the Bible, and the house of prayer. For her, this was the most important things in life. Fisheries were central, but religious life was just as important to her. The 10 Commandments, she said, were to be considered common practice in life. And in every home, they had a Bible and a hymn book. So different things were both read and sung. And the church services were held outdoors until house of prayers were built. Every second Sunday, there was a sermon in the church on the mainland, and it was expected that all the people from, for instance, Sør-Gjeslingan, that had to row or sail for several hours, that they should come to this sermon by boat. And that could be challenging. Sometimes you had to have, for instance, you didn't reach the hospital on the mainland when you were giving birth, so you had to have, if the child was not very well, and you had to have an emergency baptism in Sør-Gjeslingan. So, and it could also be very difficult in the event of death when the deceased was to be buried in consecrated ground at the graveyard on the mainland. Sometimes it was not possible to set a time for the funeral. And a woman said that my husband's uncle lay outside on the veranda for almost 4 weeks due to storms. We were very afraid of the deceased. And when someone died, the coffin was at home, where there were also held a funeral. The day of the funeral, the body was carried out of the home and taken by boat to church, and juniper was hung on the outer doorsteps, and juniper was also placed over and along the door. You know, juniper was also put inside the house. Juniper is considered a very strong protective tree because of its evergreen blades, leaves, yeah. Unofficial religiosity or folk belief, like using juniper, also had its place in daily life, often referred to as traditions. Official religiosity appears in relatively fixed organizational frameworks, while unofficial religiosity is unorganized with a diversity of forms and beliefs and practices based on local tradition. The Church has been negative up to our time about incorporating folk beliefs as part of people's worldview. And in the total understanding of reality, people must relate also to forces which are not immediately considered Christian, but which can be mastered with the help of Christianity. Folk religiosity today, therefore, expresses a complete belief in the Christian God who helps and protects. He is really the leader of the pack. So, and this is illustrated in one of the women's statements. She said that, "I believe in guardian angels and given life days." Guardian angels is a Christian term for a phenomena that denotes a protective power. Today, guardian angels is often explained as the Christian God's intervention in an event that could have gone much worse. The belief in given living days must be understood as the belief that the Christian God gives life and thus has the power to take life. Yes, this is from inside. This is not working. The communication of phenomena one could encounter in the world happened through both storytelling and practice. A woman said that our neighbor was good at telling stories, among other things about a stone that was a draug. You all know the draug. But not all women had heard of the chaos phenomena the draug was when they were growing up. So this is a bit different. Yeah. A draug is, you have to master to meet a draug. Anybody knows what kind of bullet you have to shoot a draug with? Silver. Silver, yes, good. So, yeah. And there were also ghosts. When I was there, they gave me a room in the landowner's old home. And afterwards, they asked me if I had heard something. Because doors open and you can hear something leaving the house and so on. So ghosts also live in Sør-Gjeslinga. Let's see. I cut it short here. So I'll just say something about food and other things. Yeah, before we go to lunch, yes. So when producing food, there was specific precautions, and these applied not only, for instance, at Christmas, but all year round. Baking was done at low tide. No, not low tide, rising tide, and slaughtered at a growing moon or a full moon. Otherwise, you were not, you could not get the what we call the bust of the pig. The hair or the busta på grisen. And this was also confirmed by another woman. On a growing moon, there was slaughter. And this was a general rule that was followed in most places because everybody said that it had to happen on a growing moon and at high tide. because then it bled the most and the hair or the bust came off more easily. When the moon was waning, the meat was loosened and rendered fat in the frying pan. And in the same way, the hair was easier for the men. When the sea flowed, the men shaved. So, and the bread dough also became bigger when the sea was flowing than when it was ebbing. So to work and live in harmony with the alternation of natural phenomena, where the attitude is that man should, and women should submit to and be in balance with nature, was a matter of course. Much of this thinking has been lost in a modernized society. Even if I have friends at university that never start a project unless it's a growing moon. And many of my girlfriends goes to the, what do you call it? Hairdresser on a growing moon. Yeah. So, an advice for you. Yeah. So, these are in these few aspects I have touched upon in my presentation. As a conclusion, I could say that here in Givær, with a permanent population and in many ways similar to Sør-Gjeslingan, the livelihood and tradition is taken very well care of. When we were guided around the island, many of the things I've touched upon has not been mentioned, but I'm sure you talk about it among yourselves. So thank you, Givær. Sorry for the...
Thank you so much, but as everybody had opportunity to have at least one question, so sorry, please ask a question. Or comment or something. Ah, yeah. Yes, please. You can say something about women. Arstein said always that actually the women are the core of coastal landscapes because men are away, you know.
Yeah, and it's so interesting, it never mentioned.
Yes. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Peter.
No, thank you, Mari. And your point about this intangible heritage being neglected, I'm wondering if you have got any thoughts about how to reverse that, or if you documented it now, you show the important significance of it. Can we do something more about it, would you say?
Yeah, I usually also say when I have time that we must never let the stories die. As long as you tell the stories, the intangible cultural heritage will live, because there is only a few of us who has been meeting the underground people or a ghost or something, but we can hear stories and be prepared all life, and tell the stories on to our children and grandchildren. And as I used to say, it's better to keep the fire alive than to have to poke around in the, what do you call it, ashes, yes, to make it. So.
Thank you again, Marit, the other distant relative of Finno-Ugric family. Because Sami people are part of Finno-Ugric people.
Yes, yes. I could understand that Runa language.
Yes.
Some words.
Thank you again. Let's make a big applause to Marit. And to our hosts again, Olaug, and to yourself, because you have been amazing audience throughout these hours here.